Welcome to Nimmin Live, the #1 place on the internet to learn about YouTube, network with other content creators, and have an awesome time doing it. My name is Nick, and today I'm answering your YouTube questions. So if you have a question about what it is that you are doing on YouTube, there is a form that is down in the description of this live stream right now. So make sure that you go down, you put your questions down on the form. Now, I'm also going to be pulling them in from the chat as well here in just a little bit, but we always start with the form. So because of that, it's also, just as a quick side note, it's also something we kind of default to if the conversation gets kind of stale or if questions aren't coming in or something like that. So you definitely want to make sure that you get your question in the form. A link to that and a bunch of other things is down in the description as well. In addition to that, I want to let you know that this stream is brought to you by Tubebuddy, which is the #1 tool for YouTube content creators that'll help you optimize your videos for discovery, test your thumbnails, and do all types of amazing things for your channel. Tubebuddy has 90 different tools that you can use for your YouTube channel. So make sure that you check out Tubebuddy when you get the chance at tubebuddy.com/Nimmin. Of course, I've got a link for that down in the description as well. And this stream is co-sponsored, as you can see by the graphic right over here. It's co-sponsored by StreamYard, which is the live streaming platform that I use to live stream this every single Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern. And the reason I use StreamYard is because it's easy. It's easy. It does all the heavy lifting for me in the cloud, so I don't have to put a lot of weight on my computer since I have my computer doing a bunch of other stuff. And it's really easy to bring in guests and add graphics to the screen, just like you see, the graphics on the screen right now, and all kinds of additional things that makes live streaming with StreamYard awesome. So you can check that out through the link in the description as well, or just head over to StreamYard.com. So with all that out of the way, I do want to let you know, if you are watching this on the replay or if you are listening to this in the audio version of the podcast, I do want to let you know that during these live streams, we talk about a ton of stuff. So because of that, I encourage you to just skip around a little bit and see if you find, a good thing for you. But basically, when it comes to these streams, they are just kind of random. So what happens is everybody asks questions and then we answer those questions based on the things that people ask. So every single live stream, it all goes in different ways. There's all kinds of different questions that get asked and things like that. So make sure that you skip around a little bit instead of, just trying this part right here and then leaving. Skip around a little bit because you will absolutely dig the show today. So with all of that, first thing that I would like to mention here really quick is Tinkerman Nick. He just crossed 60,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. High five and fist bump to you, Mick. Awesome work, man. He's just been crushing like out of nowhere, right? He's just been grinding and grinding and grinding, and it is finally paying off for him on his YouTube channel. He actually got on the YouTube Creator on the Rise as well because he's doing so good over there. So high five and fist bump to you, Mick. Awesome work, man. And I also want to congratulate Heidi from Costume CO. She just recently crossed, I think it was yesterday or the day before. She also just recently crossed 30,000 subscribers on her YouTube channel as well. So I just wanted to give her a high five and fist bump. Also, nice work, Heidi. So we're getting some wins, some gains coming in here, right? Love it. Absolutely love it. So what we're going to do is as we start getting into this, I do want to let you know just a couple of housekeeping things. The very first one is, of course, if you are not familiar with Vidsummit, we are, it's basically a video conference. So for YouTube content creators who are interested in going full-time, who already are full-time, who are trying to figure out ways to monetize or to, work across different platforms, things like that. There's a conference coming up at the end of September called Vidsummit. You can find out information about that at vidsummit.com. I'm going to be speaking there as well as a bunch of the other content creators that you watch as well. So definitely keep an eye out for that. As we get closer, of course, we'll be talking about that, a lot more as well. So I hope everybody had an awesome week. I know that I have. I know that I've just been busy. I'm actually in the process of setting up some different stuff in here. I'm trying to get a backlight over there, and I'm over here like stripping wires and stuff on another table. So it's a little bit messy. You can't see it for your view, but there's a table over here. It's just got a bunch of stuff on it. So that's kind of been my thing. Just been doing my normal stuff plus messing around with the room that we've got going on in here. So that's been my week. But I hope that you have also had a awesome week. So to get this party started,
welcome to the Nimmin.
Zeppelin 3D, welcome to the Nimmin. Make sure that next time you get the opportunity that you head over to our Facebook group. You want to go to nimminvip.com. That's going to redirect you directly to the page for the information there for Facebook. Fill out all the information on the way in because that's how I verify that you are a channel member after the stream today. And also, Mick, I did not give him the super chat sound effect thing going on there. So thank you for that. Again, Mick, I appreciate it, man. Okay, so what we are going to do, Witchy Wutera, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. We got Everything Studio saying, yo, guys. We've got Albie-tastic saying, hey there to Cookie Canyon, to that channel. What's up, Magic Flying Potato? Hope that you are doing awesome as well. What's up, Alex Gear and Tech? So the very first question, we're going to go ahead and just get into it today. So the very first question that we have here on our list today is from Martin Twycross. Martin Twycross says that they have been on YouTube for a year or more. They do tutorial content. Who here does tutorial content? Like anything where you are helping people figure stuff out, like how-to related things, that kind of stuff. If you do tutorial related content, just say me, or you can do a hashtag me. It's up to you. But if that is your thing, just let me know. Just curious to know if we have a lot of tutorial people in here or not. So we've got a couple of them coming in here. So we've got Chantel saying that she does the tutorials. We got Magic Flying Potato saying that he also does gaming tutorials. We got Tinkerman Mick saying he does tutorials. We got Nang Crochet also doing tutorials as well. So we got a bunch of tutorials coming in here. Okay, so good. So the question is it a good idea when publishing a video to send it out to my newsletter list and post to multiple groups on Facebook? Or would it be better to let it gain traction organically on YouTube? My average view duration for external from Facebook is about 10% lower than other sources. What I would do is I would let YouTube do its thing. If you find that after YouTube isn't doing, like if your stuff just isn't doing that great on YouTube, then in that case, then I would push it out to your newsletter. I would push it out to, to Facebook groups that you're a part of. I would not go in and to any, because I know there's a lot of Facebook groups and I'm addressing this, not saying that you're doing it, but there's a lot of people that do this. So I just want to let you know that it's not the right path that you want to take. But what a lot of people will do is they'll publish a video. And if you do this, don't feel guilty about it because, before right now, maybe you don't know what I'm getting ready to tell you. But once I tell you, you're going to be like, oh man, I didn't know that. So basically, when you are publishing your videos and you publish a video to YouTube, and then you're like, okay, now I got to get some views on this. And then you run over to Facebook. Once you're on Facebook, let's say that you're one of those people that go into all the different groups on Facebook to where people are like, hey, post your video here to get views. And, hey, we're going to watch the others' videos and stuff like that. You want to avoid those groups as much as you possibly can, because what happens there is you have a bunch of people clicking on your videos that are coming over and they're not watching your content, but they're coming over to your content so that they can say that they came over to your content. But unfortunately, those are not the right people that you are actually trying to reach for your content, and it can end up working against you because you're not getting your content in front of the right people. So because of that, just be very careful if you are sharing your content around social media at all. Just be very careful to make sure that you're sharing your content in front of the right people that you're actually trying to reach, not just trying to pull views, from any place that will give you views. So I just want to make sure that I spread some awareness about that as well, so that we can make sure that we get you taken care of there. But in terms of doing it organically on YouTube or letting, promoting it heavily after you publish the video, I would let YouTube do its thing first, and then do any type of, promotion that you're going to do for your newsletter or anything like that. Mr. Scully, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Says, I'm a gaming channel and I really don't know much about the SEO backlinks and stuff. Could you explain for me, please? Absolutely. So first off, I want to let you know that when it comes to gaming content, a lot of gamers, and you'll find this misinformation all over the internet, a lot of gamers think that the only way that they can get views on their videos is through YouTube search. So first, I want to let you know that that's not true. You can get views from all the different surfaces on YouTube, just like any other type of content can. Now, what is going to make that happen, of course, is the performance of your videos. And by performance of your videos, I mean people clicking on your videos at a competitive rate, and then watching your videos at a competitive rate, and then further engaging at a competitive rate. And by further engaging, I mean that they're clicking on your in-screen videos and watching additional content. Maybe they're watching another one of your videos that YouTube suggests to them. Maybe they're watching a video that you pinned, in your comment section or down in your description. Maybe they are, just giving it a thumbs up. They're subscribing to the channel, commenting, all that stuff. But all of those things matter in terms of video performance. So when you're publishing your content, it's important to know that if you want your videos to show up, and this is for everybody here, if you want your videos to show up on YouTube and you want them to show up on home pages and being recommended next to other pieces of content, it is imperative that you pay really close attention to how people are responding to what it is that you're doing. Because if your videos are not competitive, and you can see this through your click-through rate for the different traffic sources, and you find this in your YouTube analytics, but basically through that click-through rate, the click-through rate for the traffic sources, your average view duration for the traffic sources, like all of those things. YouTube gives us the information to let us know how people are responding. So what your job is, as a YouTube content creator, your job is to go into your YouTube analytics and start uncovering like, okay, hey, I thought my thumbnails were great, but according to this, compared to the amount of impressions that I'm getting, people aren't clicking on them as much as I would like. I thought that people would really enjoy this video, but when I go into my audience retention reports, I can see that after like 30 seconds, a lot of the people that clicked on this video is gone. So because of that, I need to go back in and I need to start figuring out how I can get people watching for a little bit longer, right? Or a lot longer, depending on how fast that drop off is. But when it comes to actual search on YouTube, the thing to think about is, yes, YouTube is the second largest search engine on earth. And the thing that's really powerful about YouTube and targeting YouTube search for some of your content, if you are targeting YouTube search, is that when you are being intentional about getting your videos to show up in search, then when they do show up there, you are also giving yourself the opportunity to show up on textual search engines as well. So then when people are looking for what it is that you make, you don't only show up in the YouTube search results, but you also pull traffic from Google as well, and like Yahoo and Bing and anything else that shows video results. So because of that, as some of your content for some types of channels, making sure that you're keeping search in mind for some of the content that you're putting out is a really good idea, because it's an amazing source of evergreen traffic. Because if you are competing with people on the homepage, one, you have to really get your skill sets together in order to be able to do that, in terms of really understanding. By your skill sets, I mean really understanding what gets your audience to tick, and then you can actively go after home pages and recommendations. But in the meantime, one thing that you can do is you can directly target search. So what you want to do when you're targeting search is you want to think about, okay, when it comes to this term that I'm trying to show up for, one, I'm going to use Tubebuddy, and I'm going to try to uncover something that has a high search volume but a low amount of competition. And Tubebuddy actually helps you do this. I got a link to that in the description. You're probably already a Tubebuddy user if you've been hanging out here. But basically, you want to figure out something that has a high amount of search volume, a low amount of competition, or a lower amount of competition, and then you want to try to target your video for that. And what you want to do is you want to make sure that you are going after a very specific keyword or a keyword phrase. And by keyword or keyword phrase, what I mean by that is if you were making a video about like a MacBook, for example, right? Then in that situation, what you would do is you would say, let's say you're going after like MacBook Pro setup or MacBook Pro review, right? Then in that case, you want to make sure that in search that you have MacBook Pro review as part of your title, as part of your description as well, and that you want to make sure that that part is as close to the front of the title as possible. Because if your videos show up in search and people don't click on them there because they can't clearly understand what your video is about there and how it relates to them, and somebody else that is also going after that MacBook review, somebody else is not clearly, but they're speaking the language, so to speak, of the people that are searching for that specific term, then in that case, they're going to end up winning the click, because it takes too long for them to comprehend what's going on with yours if it's at the end of your title, right? So, I mean, it can go both ways. Like, you can still get those clicks, and your thumbnail can also add clarity to what it is that you're doing as well. But what you want to think about is, one, YouTube will show videos based on how well the query, basically what somebody's searching for, matches the title, or basically how well your video title and optimization matches that search query. So that's going to help your video show up. However, once your video shows up, how people respond to it is going to be the determining factor in if your video stays there or not. So if you have a bunch of other videos there, which you will, if you have a bunch of other videos there on a similar topic and other people are getting clicked on a lot more than you, and people are watching their videos longer, they're sharing their videos, they're clicking on their end screen links, they're subscribing to their channels and liking and commenting and all that stuff, then if you're not keeping up with the pace of that other video, then that other video is, of course, going to end up outranking you because their video is performing higher, because you're both targeting the same thing. So you're both optimizing your titles and your thumbnails for grabbing attention from that search result, right? But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how good you are at getting people to click and watch and further engage compared to the other people that are also showing up for those terms. Keep in mind, when you first publish your video, it is very possible that you might show up in search for a little bit and then you fall down in the rankings, and then over time you end up climbing back and you can secure some really good spots from there. However, just the search engine optimization for YouTube in a nutshell, make sure you're using the words or phrases that people are looking for in order to, optimize your video. Make sure that you're looking at the current search results for whatever it is that you're targeting. And the reason that you want to do that is because like let's say we were going to do that MacBook Pro review. If you did MacBook Pro review and then there's 100 videos with MacBook Pro review, well, what are you going to do to stand out? Well, the next step in that process is you have to add a compelling element to your title and or thumbnail as well. And that compelling element would be something like, things you need to know before you buy, or, I can't believe this was a letdown, or it wasn't what I was expecting, something like that. So it'd be like MacBook Pro review hyphen, it wasn't what I was expecting. That type of thing is something that can be a compelling element to where somebody, when they see it in search, they're like, oh, all these other videos are like MacBook Pro review 2021, MacBook Pro review, in under 10 minutes, MacBook Pro review, a month after owning it. And then yours is like MacBook Pro review, things I wish I would have known before I bought it. Then those people are going to be like, oh, some of those people will be like, oh, let me, click on this. But the idea is you want to make sure that your keyword or keyword phrase is in your title. And then you want to make sure that you also have some type of compelling element in your title and or your thumbnail. Okay. So those are the types of things that you want to think about when it comes to YouTube search. Let's see here. So next up on our list, as I scroll down here, I saw Mick dropping another super chat. Let me get this up here really quick. Says, let's see here. Do you think good titles are now more important than ever? Absolutely. Because people are getting better, right? Like there's channels like mine and like everybody else that makes content like mine. And there's all types of blogs out there and, all types of people sharing this type of information, conversations about it on Clubhouse, people on other platforms talking about YouTube and so on. So because of that, people are getting better. People are getting better at writing titles. People are getting better at resonating with their audiences. They're getting better at all of this stuff because as, we all learn stuff and we pass all that stuff on to you, then that, puts you ahead of the game. And then somebody asks you something and then you start telling them. And then it just makes everything, people understanding all of this stuff. It's happening faster, which means that you have to get better at writing titles. We all do, but we all have to get better at writing titles. And one thing that I also want to make sure to mention, and I just want to make sure that I mention this because a lot of times, when we're having this conversation, it'll come up, other times it won't. But back on the search engine thing again, one thing to make sure that you're keeping in mind as well is when you are making your videos for search, another thing that I forgot to mention about that compelling element is even though you are targeting YouTube search, it's also very possible that your videos are also going to show up on the home pages. They're going to be tested there. They're also going to be tested being recommended next to other videos. So because of that, when you add those compelling elements to your search phrase or, whatever it is that you're making for the video, you're trying to be as compelling as possible. When you add those things to it, then what you do is you also start making your content a little bit more appropriate, I should say, for home pages and recommendations because those compelling elements. You're telling people like, hey, this is what the video is about, and then this is why you should watch it, right? That's the compelling element side. So then that also helps you get more homepage traffic and recommended traffic as well. So you start pulling traffic from everywhere. And by adding your phrase or your keyword or keyword phrase plus your compelling element, what you're doing there is you're actually optimizing for everything essentially so that you can show up, everywhere and pull clicks from everywhere versus just using a keyword phrase and showing up in YouTube search. But yeah, so Mick, on titles, absolutely, titles are definitely more important than ever right now. And the reason for that is one, just because we're getting better. Two is, like in your case, because you've done a lot of shorts content. And let me pull up a short shelf here really quick. And I'm going to show you this. I'll actually just click on the shorts button. That's easier. So when these things pop up, right? So even though, it might be a short video, it might be, like a minute or 2 minutes for the short, or I'm sorry, a minute for the short. Even though it's a shorter video, people will still check that title to see if they can get some type of idea of what it is. Some people will just watch the video. They won't care. Other people, their eye's going to drop right down to that title. It's also down by the red subscribe button, which also pulls your eye down. But there, they're going to get the option right there to read the title. So because of that, making compelling titles for your shorts is also important because when you make your compelling titles for the shorts, then for those people that are their eyes are dropping down, they're reading that title is an opportunity to hook them, to keep them watching for a longer period of time so that your short will do better in the short shelf. Because the short shelf, just like everything else on YouTube, is based on performance. So hopefully that answered your question. Aquatic Boy says, can simplistic titles and thumbnails be better? Yeah, they can be. Absolutely. The approach that you want to take is if you can explain what it is that's going on in your video and visually demonstrate what's going on in your video in as few words and as few things as possible, then go for it, because then that's less that people got to figure out. Right. So, of course it's going to be dependent on your content. However, making sure that you are testing like, hey, this is a thumbnail where I've got all this like graphics and stuff in it and everything's all crazy. And then I have this thumbnail where everything's just super simple. If I'm using words at all, I'm focused on like, between 1 and 3 words, maybe 4. And they're big and bold and easy to read if I do put words on there, making sure that you're keeping those types of things in mind. But the idea when you're keeping it simple, just to kind of go on this one for a little bit longer, but the idea when you're keeping it simple is that you are leaning on quick comprehension. Like when you start complicating things, then what happens there is it takes a little bit longer to comprehend what's going on. And, when you're sitting there scrolling through a phone or when your homepage loads up on a computer and you're just going through and you're like, oh, hey, what is this? What is this? Like you're not sitting there studying every thumbnail and studying every title. You're just sitting there kind of glancing over, waiting for something to grab your eye, waiting for a word to pop out of a title or something. And then that is the thing that grabs your attention. So, that doesn't have to be a complicated thing. It can definitely be simple. Like a great example of this, B4 Boom, what is up? Hope that you're doing great. My son's mother, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing awesome. Chatty Kathy, what's up? But what you want to think about though is, when you are putting your thumbnails together, instead of trying to cram a bunch of stuff in there, try to work it in reverse and try to think like, what is needed here versus like, how much stuff can I put in it? Like, what is needed? Like what helps explain what it is that's going on in this video or why somebody should watch it? Think of that more than you think of like, okay, how many different things can I add in here? Can I add a logo and then a face and then an object and then another logo? And then, because people do that. So, definitely lean on the side of simple if you can. Let's see here. Nashon, what's up? Hope that you are doing fantastic. Nice to see you in here. Let's see here. Hey, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it there. Silver Wolf, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Martin Twine Cross says, okay, that's the tutorial channel. We got that one already. So next up on our list here for the forum, we've got Canva tutorials by Like It or Not. And let's see here, the question, the type of channels they teach people about Canva. And the goal of the channel says, one of my goals is to create content that is beneficial for YouTube creators to create better captions, thumbnails for their videos. Question, my channel name is easily searchable to come up with creative content. I recently passed 100 subscribers. Whoosh, whoosh, high five and fist bump to you. Let's see, I recently came up, I just lost it. Woo, where was it? Okay, 100 subscribers. I can get the custom URL, but Canva tutorials by Like It or Not seems like a bit much. So I was considering changing the name. However, when I do search on terms like Canva Classroom or Canva tutorials and larger channels pop up, when I filter down to channel, what is the best course of action in this case? Thanks so much. So since you are doing Canva tutorials, I personally wouldn't make Canva part of the brand. So like when it came to the actual channel name itself, I would avoid sticking like a company name to it unless you actually work for Canva and they're paying you to do it. And the reason that I would do that or the reason I wouldn't do that is because little details can happen. Most likely, if you're making videos about them, they're not going to give any slack for it. But let's say that they have some legal person come in and they're like, hey, okay, we need to clean some of this stuff up. We've got all these YouTube channels using the company name, and that's kind of infringing on our trademark or our trade name. So because of that, we need to send them like a cease and desist in order to change that name or whatever. And then it just can become complicated down the road. In most cases, you're going to be fine. However, I would just be mindful of that sort of thing and just know that that you could possibly maybe run into issues later, especially on YouTube. It might not be as big of a deal, but especially if you get to the point to where you're like, hey, I'm teaching people Canva. Maybe I'm also going to get the website domain of the channel name was like Canva tutorials by Like It or Not. So I'm going to get the domain name. And then when I get the domain name, that's where you'll probably have the biggest problem with a company compared to your YouTube channel. But when you get the domain name, then they can literally take the website down because you're using their name. That's why, when people make courses and things like that, for the people that actually put YouTube in the actual URL itself, they are, in some cases, they're running a risk. That's why people will shorten it to like YT or Tube or, something like that, so that they can avoid those types of things for the people that know about that kind of stuff. Let's see here as we keep on going down the list. So the red lens, this is a good question, and this is new. Like I've never had anybody ask this before, so I'm gonna hop on this one. Says, is using the @ in a title and description really a good way to get your videos more views? No. So when you @ somebody, all you're doing in that situation is you're just letting them know that, you know, this video has them in it or it's about them or something like that. That's essentially all that you're doing. It's not necessarily something that you can use for traffic. Now, on the flip side of that coin, how many people here use hashtags in your videos? Just give me a me if you're using hashtags. But if you're using hashtags in your videos, that's where, hey, ASMR Dream More, what's up? If you're using hashtags in your videos, then those you can use for traffic. So especially if you're just getting started, because hashtags do have a search results page. And since they have a search results page, then when people click on those, then it's going to, you know, give a display of the videos, right? So when it gives a display of the videos, then, you know, if one of your videos is there and it's compelling, then, you know, you can get traffic from that. So, you know, using hashtags is a way that can get you traffic. You're not going to get crushed, you know, from a hashtag, but it can definitely get you, you know, some views. Whereas using the @ in the title, that's not going to do much for you. Kung Fu Hot Dog, thank you for the super chat. Says, Nick, love what you do. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Says, I recently made a video which got over 1,000 views. Nice work. But why didn't my likes also equal the amount of views? Any advice? So when you get more views on a video, it doesn't necessarily mean that the engagement that's attached to it is going to be the same. So for example, if you have, and you can look at my channel or look at any channel that, you know, that gets a, you know, decent amount of views, or even, you know, like your content. I mean, 1,000 views, that's a lot of views. So like, if you look at it and you're like, okay, I'm going to go look at a bunch of channels and all of the videos that have 1,000 views on them. Then what you're going to see, and this could be any channels on YouTube, but what you're going to see is you're going to see some of those have tons of engagement. Some of them don't have a lot. Some of them will have none. So what it comes down to is what happened in the content itself that resonated with people in order to get them to leave a comment or to leave a like. Did you ask them to leave a comment or leave a like? How far in the video did people get? So let's say that in your audience retention reports, you notice that people, you know, are gone by like the 50% mark, but then you ask them to like or comment at the 60% mark, and a majority of people didn't even get there. So because of that, you know, then you miss that opportunity for the call to action because a lot of people didn't even make it that far. So, you know, a lot of different things can cause that. In addition to that, you're also going to notice on your YouTube channel, you're going to notice that you're going to have some content that you put out that that when you publish that content and people start watching it, people are going to subscribe to that video like crazy. And then you're going to put out another video and you're going to think, hey, you know, people are going to dig this one just as much. And then like that one might even get more views, but it just won't generate as many subscribers. It won't generate as many likes or comments just because it didn't resonate as deeply with people, or people were just so engrossed in it that they just went right over the video and didn't even think about engaging with it, or people were watching it and they were engaged in the video, but you didn't remind them to comment or like or anything like that. So they didn't take that action. But basically the idea is you're just going to notice over time that, you know, all of your videos, you know, are going to get different engagement. And that's okay. It's a normal thing when it comes to YouTube. Silver Wolf, great question, says, what is more important, title or thumbnail? Let me know in the chat what you think. What is more important, title or thumbnail? Let me know what you guys think. So from doing this for a long time for myself, working with other content creators, the thumbnail is the most important because that's the thing that in most cases will grab somebody's attention, right? That's the thing that actually grabs them, stops people in their tracks. And then after they see the thumbnail, that's when they're going to drop down to the title if the thumbnail itself doesn't push them all the way through. Now, with that said, one way that you want to think about this is you want to think about it from the perspective of, okay, I have a thumbnail and title, and even though the thumbnail, you know, is the most prominent, which would make it the most important, they work together as a team. So since the thumbnail and title work together to create that the external packaging, your topic title and thumbnail actually work together to create that external packaging. And what I mean by external packaging is, you know, when your video shows up on a homepage and somebody loads up YouTube or they load it up on their phone and they're sitting there scrolling through, like they're going to see your thumbnail and they're going to see your title. Some people will see the thumbnail and they just click right through, but they'll glance at your title. So because of that, a bad title can actually hurt your click through, because even though your thumbnail might be awesome, the title itself might not be that great, or it might actually deter people from clicking, to where it's like the thumbnail grabs their attention, they go to the title and it's like, oh yeah, my bad, I thought this was about something else. And then they just keep on scrolling. Same exact thing goes with the title. Or not title, but the topic. Some topics are just more popular than others. They're just more interesting than others. They're more helpful than others. So because of that, when you are, you know, when you're thinking of your title or thumbnail, think of topic, title, and thumbnail as a group. right? Think of those as a group and then just sit back. And when you're putting that packaging together of your topic, title, and thumbnail, this is what the video is about, topic. This is my thumbnail. This is what I'm going to do with my thumbnail, and this is the title. Think about the process that people go through. Okay, so if they see my thumbnail, is there something here that's compelling enough to get them to click, yes or no? If the answer is no, then okay, then I need to make sure that I'm carrying that weight in my title so that I can get them to click from the title. If I do have a thumbnail to where it's like, yeah, you know what, this is good. People will, people will click on this. It's clear, helps people identify that this video is something that, is important to them through the imagery that I'm using. Then in that case, it's like, yes, it's there. Now go down to the title again and say, okay, now is this also compelling enough to where if the thumbnail would pull them through, then that's cool. But if they do drop to the title, is that title also a hit, so to speak, to where you're like, yeah, they'll click on this title also, right? Because you want to think of the whole package, not just title or thumbnail or topic, right? It all works together. Great question. Great question. Let's see here. So as we keep on going, let's see here. Let's see. As FYI, they allow affiliates to encourage YouTube creators to have channels. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's good. Still, I would do like it or not. That's what I would do. I would just do like it or not, or buy like it or not. I'd probably do like it or not for the channel name, and then that leaves you open. So, if you're doing it as an affiliate, then what you can do is that'll open you up massively to where you can create an entire, channel about Camtasia. But then let's say something happens down the road and Camtasia has a really good competitor. Let's say Place It comes in and they, modify some things to where, it's a little bit easier, than Canva, and people just start, sliding over to Place It. Then in that case, you're like, oh man, I got this whole channel full of, Canva content, but I need to change. But now my entire branding and everything is attached to Canva. But, I'm wanting to go in this direction. But if you just change it to like it or not, you can do Canva tutorials that you're going to make money on. You can do, tutorials on anything related to that type of, thing that people are coming in on. But making an entire channel about Canva, win. But making it a part of your branding is something that I personally would avoid. But of course, when you're leaving, like if you're leaving comments on YouTube, you're interacting in live streams like this, some people that are Canva users are going to be like, oh, Canva tutorials, let me click on that. Let me go see what that's about. So there's advantages to it, but there's also disadvantages as well. What I would do is if I was going to do that, I would actually send them an email. And I would say, hey, I'm making a YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel where I'm teaching people how to use your service. I just want to make sure that you're cool with, with me having this as a thing because, it helps bring attention to my channel, and just say, I just want to make sure that you guys are cool with it on your end. Oh, like it or not is your regular channel. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. I understand. Okay, so let's see here. As we keep on going through the list. Okay, so this next one here, I'm going to pull out of the form because we don't have a lot of questions here in the form. So I'm actually going to cruise through these. So the next one is Pieces to Props. What's up, man? Says Samsung Galaxy Note is the type of device they use for the content. The type of channel is props for popular movies and anime out of EVA Craft Foam. The goal of the channel is to make a community of makers and make some money. And the question: hey, Nick, my most recent video upload, I noticed the drop-off in the beginning is big. After that, the rest of my video is basically a continuous segment watched. How do I keep people watching in the beginning so they stay for the whole video like the others? Experiment with what happens in the beginning. So when you are, and I talked about this in our members-only live stream on Thursday, but basically when you are seeing a big drop, how many people here, when your videos first start, you see a big drop? Just say me. And it's okay. It's a normal thing on YouTube. But how many people here see a big drop when your videos are when people are coming into your videos and your audience retention reports? You go in and you see just a big drop off, and then it kind of levels out. If that's you, just say me. But when it comes to your audience retention, what you got to think about is you have to think about, okay, one, my topic title and thumbnail from the outside create an expectation of what people might get when they click on this video. So right out of the gate, when somebody clicks on this video, what might they expect by what it is that I say in the topic title and thumbnail? And then once they click into that video, am I matching that expectation? So if they say, let's just use let's just use Fit Dad Chris. So Fit Dad Chris says, hey, this video is going to be about, how to do crunches, right? And it's, how to do crunches so you can get 6-pack abs or something like that. Then in that case, if he's got like a photo of him and he's got, like his abs showing, and then he's like, how to get 6-pack abs in 10 minutes a day. And then people are clicking on that. If the video starts and he's like, hey, what's going on? I'm Fit Dad Chris. And, before we get started, I'd just like to invite you to subscribe to the channel and comment and like this video And, if you have anybody else that you think might enjoy, this video, make sure that you share this out with them. Then, right there, you just took up, 5 to 10 seconds of somebody's time that's not delivering on what it was that they clicked on, right? They're having to wait through that, and you'll lose a lot of people during that period of time. So because of that, a better approach is the video first starts, and he's like, hey, I'm Fit Dad Chris, and this is going to sound kind of crazy, but did you know it's only going to take you 10 minutes a day to get six-pack abs like this, right? And I don't know why I just did that, because I definitely do not have six-pack abs. But anyway, like if he's like, hey, to do six-pack abs like this. So for this, we're going to, head over to this, machine, even though I said that no one crunches, but we're going to head over to this machine, and I'm going to show you the exact exercises to do. And it's a lot easier than you think, right? Then what he's doing right there is, once they click on the thumbnail, he's introducing himself really quick, but then he's quickly getting into what value the viewer is going to get out of it, right? He's kind of setting up the video, and he's creating a hook or something that's going to grab their attention and pull them in and make them commit to the video. And then that will keep them watching until, the video gets dry, or, he doesn't start showing what it is, or he does something that they think is hard. In that case, like, oh gosh, I'm never going to do it. There's no way I'm going to do, this many crunches, or I don't even have a machine like that, like that kind of stuff. But the idea is that you want to just grab people's attention when your video first starts, and make sure that you're matching the packaging from the outside. And when you're doing that, other things that you want to make sure that you're doing as well is you want to make sure that you're thinking of things like, okay, if the video first starts and Fit Dad Chris is right there, and and he's like, hey, what's up, Fit Dad Chris? Today we're going to be blah, blah, blah. And he's going through that process. Well, if he notices like, hey, there's a huge drop right here as I'm saying all of that, then the next step in his process would be, okay, the next thing I'm going to try for my intro is I'm going to say, okay, as soon as the video starts, instead of showing me on camera, I'm going to have some B-roll of somebody working out. I'm going to have some B-roll of, maybe me walking over to a fitness machine. I'm going to have a B-roll of like abs and just kind of pointing to the abs, something like that. But I'm going to have my voice. So, hey, Fit Dad Chris, or maybe skipping the Fit Dad Chris part in this case, saying, hey, today I'm going to show you, how to get six-pack abs in under 10 minutes. And he starts talking about that kind of thing, but he's actually showing. It would be the same dialogue, essentially, minus the his name. But what he's doing there is he's actually showing what it is that he's going to be taking them through, versus them just seeing him sitting there talking, right? So he would experiment with that. Next thing that he would do, if that didn't work out well, is he would go and he would say, okay, I'm going to do something very similar to this, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start the video with the B-roll, but maybe for the first, maybe 5 seconds or something, I'm going to have some, pumped up fitness music going on maybe. And, I'm just going to be showing abs and people working out at the gym. But everything is going to be focused on the abs, right? The abs exercises and that whole thing, just to see if the music plus the B-roll ends up grabbing their attention on that drop off. But the idea there, because I just took it through 3 scenarios, but we could keep talking about this. But the idea is that you just want to experiment with all the different ways that you can open your videos until you find something. And you'll find some stuff that'll drop. Like, let's say that you get a 30% drop or a 40% drop in your video first starts. You'll find some stuff that will end up, bringing that to a 20%. You'll find other stuff that instead of it being a 40% drop, it'll be a 35% drop. So it'll be a very small gain. But if you can track that consistently over videos, and then you track that consistently over time with a bunch of views, then that adds up to a lot of people watching a lot more of your content, which adds up to a lot more watch time and all that good stuff as well. So when it comes to the very first part of your video, super important to experiment as much as you possibly can so that you can grab their attention there in that front part. Let's see here. So next up on our list, we got Seismic Shock TV says, if you haven't subscribed to Nick Nimmin, you need to take a hard look in the mirror and start treating yourself better. Take a step in the right direction and subscribe. High five, fist bump. I'm Nick Nimmin and I support that message. Subscribe if you have not yet, if you want to learn more about, growing your YouTube channel and all YouTube related topics. Ash Borland, what's up, my dude? I hope that you are doing fantastic. All right. Neil Urban Explorer, what's up, dude? Oh, you dropped a super chat too. Let me see what that is. Says, let's see here. Question, were the vans parked like the YouTube logo or was it Photoshop? Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to guess that it was Photoshop, but I don't know. Maybe it was the YouTube logo so they can get a good drone shot. I'm not sure. So what Neil's talking about is he shared a picture out on Twitter of of vans parked in the shape of a YouTube play button. It was pretty clever. Beanie Draws in the house. What's up, my man? Hope that you are doing fantastic. Okay, so let's see here. Next up on our list, and what we're going to do is I'm going to start, since we're, kind of in the groove now, we're going to start jumping back and forth. So what we're going to do is I'm going to hop into the forum here. I'm going to answer a question here. Then we're going to jump in the chat and answer a question there. So what we're going to do is when it's time to ask a question, just make sure you put a Q in front of your question so that I know it's for me, and not like a side conversation or something. And then I'm just going to say, drop your questions, and then you can drop them. Then I'll pick, one or two. We'll go through those, and then I'll jump back into the form. But for now, we are jumping back into the form. So let's see here. We got pieces to props taken care of. Next up on our list, we have Marcus Cipolla. Communication tips, trying to get multiple streams of income. Says, Nick, thanks for all the insights that you share. On my channel, I create OBS tutorials for conferencing. Let's see here. What's a great way to figure out the right price for a digital product? Currently, I can't justify advanced solutions like Kajabi as I'm using Buy Me a Coffee to collect payment. So one thing when you're trying to sell stuff is the presentation and the process is really important. And the reason that it's really important is if you are selling stuff from your from anything, like if you're trying to sell stuff online, saying, hey, you need to go to Buy Me a Coffee to get payment for this, you're breaking the process of people buying something, and you're literally jumping in the middle of transactions. What I would recommend that you do is just go through the process of building a blog. And like you can do this with WordPress and WooCommerce. You can go to WordPress, you can get a theme, a store theme. You can do the same thing on Shopify, but you get WordPress, you get a store theme off of Envato, Theme Forest. And then you also get WooCommerce, which is a free plugin for it, and that adds the store functionality. And then what you want to do there is you want to put your website up and start driving people to that website, and then make those things available for download off of your website through WooCommerce. An afternoon watching YouTube videos will help you set up WooCommerce. Another afternoon of just looking through themes and stuff like that will help you, go through and figure out what theme to use. And then once you figure out what theme to use, a little bit of time troubleshooting it if you need to, if you're customizing things, watching some YouTube videos for that will get you through that part. The entire process, you can learn how to do all of that over the course of like a couple of days if you're trying to do it. But that process, I guarantee you, if you're sending people to your site, make sure that it's a secure site, HTTPS instead of HTTP. Make sure that you're sending people to a secure site. And I bet you, I would be shocked if you didn't start making more sales, as long as you keep it, looking professional, and you're thinking of the experience that your customers are going to have when they land on the page and when they actually go through the process of buying what it is that you have. That's similar to what I have at tubertools.com. Shameless plug, but tubertools.com is my website with like graphics and things like that. We have all kinds of really cool stuff over there. But with that, we have that set up through WooCommerce. And then I have my members side of that as well, which is like $17. So if any of you here buy stuff from Tubertools, as a heads up, for like $17, you can get like the membership side, and you get everything that's in the store plus a bunch of other stuff. So just keep that in mind as well. But when it comes to this kind of thing, making sure that you have everything set up so it's easy for the people to buy stuff, that's going to end up bringing you the biggest conversions when you're sending people from your YouTube channel. Hopefully that was helpful, Marcus. So next up on our list, we got Seismic Shock TV. Says, what's a good audience retention percentage? We're usually at 50% to 55%. If you are getting a lot of views and a lot of impressions, then in that case, you're like 50, 55%. That's okay. If it's 50 to 55% of a 10-minute video, that's fine. If it's 50 to 55% of a 20-minute video, that's fine. But if it's like 50% of like a 2-minute video, then you got some work to do. If it's 50% of like a 3-minute video, you still got some work to do. But if you're hitting around 5 minutes, you can get 50%. Like a 5 to 10 minute video, you can pull out 50% of that. Then that's okay. But if you're not getting the views from it, then of course you want to make sure that you keep pushing it and you keep trying to get people to watch for a longer period of time until you hit that stride to where YouTube will show your videos to more people because they're watching it for a certain amount of time. And then of course they're clicking on it enough and so on and so forth. But when it comes to like good audience retention, better than your last video is the right answer to that. But in terms of YouTube, you want to keep people watching just for as long as you can. And based on each individual piece of content and what it is that the system is identifying that you're competing against, in some cases, you don't even need 50%. Like in a lot of cases, when you start getting crushed with views, your audience retention will actually slide because you start having that thing. Like when you publish a video on YouTube, like the first people to see it are the people that YouTube is predicting are the most likely to click on, watch, and enjoy that content at that point in time. So when you first publish, that's what happens. And then it keeps showing it to more and more people like that. But then it starts spreading that audience out to where it starts testing it against people that, hey, we've interacted with your channel before, but it hasn't been a while maybe, but they're still watching that type of content. And then it starts testing it against new people that have never even seen your content before. And then, some of those people will click on it. And then based on that response, they'll keep showing it to more people. But because they get less and less qualified to be an ideal fit for your content as they show it to more and more people, that's what ends up driving down click-through rates on higher impression videos. And that's what ends up driving down the average view duration on a higher impression and view videos as well. So for example, like just using myself here, I have a video on my YouTube channel with over 1 million views on it. And that particular, I'm actually going to figure it out right now. I'll tell you exactly what the audience retention is on it, but it has over 1 million views on it. And the audience retention, wait for it. It's still 53%, but my average view duration is 54 seconds because it's a short video. It's actually got 2 million views on it, but it's the average view duration is 54 seconds. So, just keep that kind of stuff in mind. So, in addition to just making sure that you're consistently hitting those marks, as you start, it's almost got 3 million actually, but I was looking at a different video. But basically, like, as you start getting more and more views on it, all of the numbers that you're seeing become increasingly more difficult to maintain. So, like, for example, you'll see people on Twitter. People on Twitter will share, screenshots. They'll be like, oh my gosh, I got like a 10% click-through rate on this video, but I'm not getting any views. And then you're like, well, how many impressions do you have on it? And they're like, oh, I got like 200 impressions. Well, it's like, okay, well, then those people, are the people that YouTube picked as the ideal people. And, they clicked on it at a higher rate. But as soon as they start testing against some more people, those people are not responding to it, as well. But there's other details with that too, in terms of people will share that what they get from that graph, but they won't share it from the traffic sources and all that good stuff. But when it comes to your retention, because that was the question, when it comes to your retention, you just want to try to get it as high as you possibly can. Some videos you're going to nail it. Some videos you won't. Over time, you'll start to see patterns to where you're like, okay, when I do these things, people leave. When I do these things, people stay. Then obviously you want to start doing more of the things that cause people to stay, less of the things that cause people to leave. But again, just as a quick reminder, just in case anybody just came in, just remember that your packaging, your topic, title, and thumbnail also makes a difference when it comes to your audience retention, because you're creating that expectation of what it is that they might get. Salad Cream Boy says, hey, Nick, there's a lot of conflicting videos. If I should ask people to subscribe or not, where do you stand on this call to action? Ask people to subscribe. Ask people to subscribe. It's a proven thing on YouTube. It's a proven thing in marketing at scale. Like when people are saying don't ask people to subscribe, those people are usually people that aren't either working or haven't worked at scale. And because of that, you definitely want to ask people to subscribe. How you ask people to subscribe is important as well. So for example, just saying, and I went through this before as well, like when the video first started, but like when the video first starts and you say, hey, welcome to another video. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe, make sure you leave a comment, give this video a thumbs up, all that stuff. What you're doing there is you're wasting the viewer's time because they have zero context to what's going on in the video. You haven't hooked them yet. There's no reason for them to subscribe. You haven't even told them what your channel's about. You haven't told them what the video's about outside of the packaging itself. So, because of that, you're just asking improperly, which will then drive that conversion down and make it seem like it's ineffective because you're asking in the wrong place at the wrong place at the wrong time in the wrong way. So when you change that up and you start, just dropping it into the casual conversation that you're having in your video to where, for example, let's see here on Salad Cream Boy. So let's say you're playing a game and you're taking people through how to beat a certain character. Or let's say you're just teaching people how to build, the stuff in Fortnite. If you are showing people how to build the stuff in Fortnite and you're taking them through and you're like, yeah, next thing you want to do, you want to turn on speed build and blah, blah, blah. And by the way, just as a heads up, I put out Fortnite videos every Tuesday. So remember to subscribe for more tips like this. But anyway, the next thing that you want to do once you turn on that speed build is this. So then what you're doing is you're not, stopping your entire video and interrupting everything for the sake of trying to get that subscribe. You're just kind of saying it in passing while you're still showing something on the screen, still showing people how to do something. Same exact thing goes if you're hanging drywall. Same exact thing goes if you're, building vans. Same exact thing goes with anything else, any other type of content that you have. So in my content, I used to do a thing at the beginning, and I'm actually going to start doing it again here soon. And I took it out because I started doing a lot more sponsored content, and I don't want to waste your time. So since I go through the sponsored content, that's when I started taking it out. But on the videos that I'm not doing the sponsored content, for those, I'm going to start adding the subscribe call to action back at the beginning again because it's extremely effective. But I encourage you to remind people to subscribe at least. If you don't do it, somewhere in the video, at least do it at the end of the video. So right when your end screen pops up, just let them know, hey, if you enjoyed this, remember to subscribe. And I've got this, video that you can click on here. At the end of the day, though, just as a heads up, subscribers, of course, it's a positive thing when people are subscribing to your YouTube channel and YouTube detects that. However, the most important thing is if people watch and enjoy the video. If people watch and enjoy the video, YouTube's going to continue to show them your content if they're subscribed or not. When you have that subscriber number, that helps you. But when somebody subscribes to your YouTube channel, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to see every video that you publish. It doesn't mean they're going to see any videos that you publish. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to keep coming back, that they're going to be in your community or anything like that. However, if they watch your video for a long period of time, YouTube is going to keep, especially if they watch multiple videos, YouTube is going to keep showing your content to them over and over and over again until they stop responding to it. So you don't have to get subscribers in order to, get a lot of views. However, that call to action absolutely is effective. YouTube even recommends it. If you go in the YouTube Creator Academy, YouTube tells you to add a call to action to your videos, and they also tell you to sell your call to action. Same exact thing goes with your end screens, trying to get people to watch another video instead of just dropping it there and saying, hey, watch this. Like, sell them on it. Tell them why they should watch that video, why that video would be important to them, but make sure while you're telling them that it's actually on the screen, right? So one of the things that you'll see when you watch my videos, since you're watching my stuff, is at the end, I'll build it up and I'll say things like, hey, by the way, if you're watching this video, you probably want to learn, how, a lot more things about YouTube. I have a playlist you can click into right here about how to go full-time on YouTube step by step. So go ahead and click into that now, right? So what I do there is I'm selling the whole thing. I'm building it up like, hey, here's a problem that you're trying to solve, or you're watching this video because of the, you're trying to get more views, which means that you're trying to do better on YouTube, which means that you should click into this playlist right here to, to watch more content that's going to help you, get better on YouTube. So that's the idea when it comes to, a call to action in terms of to subscribe, to like, anything like that. You want to tell them to do the thing, but you also want to tell them why you want them to do the thing. So for example, just making it a simple response is an easy way to get more likes on your videos. So who here wants to get more likes on your content? Just give me a me. Just curious here. But if you want to get more engagement overall, asking for it and telling people why they should do it is important. So when you're asking for it, and you're just like, hey, like this video, that's one thing. But when you're like, hey, if you think the same way about that, give me a thumbs up. Or, hey, if you like that part, give me a thumbs up. Or if you found that helpful, give it a thumbs up. Or, whatever. Then what you're doing there is you're turning it into like a response thing. When it comes to the comments, instead of saying, hey, comment, tell them what they should comment. Like, lead them into the comments. Say something along the lines of, and that's what I think. Let me know what you think down in the comments, right? Just a really simple, easy thing to do in passing. It's not interruptive and it blends seamlessly into your content. The problem happens with all of this stuff when you just start throwing things at people and you're not being intentional and you're not thinking it through. That's where everything starts falling apart and you'll start, getting back like, hey, I'm going to stop doing that because it's not working. Well, it works. It's just, you got to make sure that you're doing it the right way. Let's see here. So next question, I just had somebody up here. Let's see here that said something about something for beginners. And since you're a beginner, I try to lean on those as much as I can because I know you're just getting started. You need a lot of help. So let's see here. Somebody said something about beginners, but I can't. I like scrolled past and now I'm looking for it and I can't find it. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay, so we'll keep on going. So let's see here. Out of interest, isn't this live going to be useless since you have not even 300 live stream viewers and not even 1 million subscribers? No hate, please understand. It's actually not useless because, and I love comments like this. The reason that it's not useless is because, one, I don't need 300 live stream viewers in order to help one person. So if one person or 2 people or 5 people or 50 people get value out of this, because right now you're looking at the current viewership on this live stream, you're not looking at what it's going to get on the replay as well. So when you're thinking that way, one, you're thinking in a limited capacity, but 2, you're thinking of just like, what's it doing for me? So for me, like this whole YouTube thing has completely revolutionized the way that I live my life every day. So because of that, like part of me doing these live streams is helping other people understand the things that they need to do so that they can also make massive changes for the people that are wanting to do this as a serious hobby or people that are actually wanting to go all in and be a content creator as a thing. Like that's what I'm doing this for. Like for me, it's just as easy. Like the money that I make off of these, with super chats and all that stuff, it's nothing compared to what I make when I publish a video on the channel. So because of that, like my entire, purpose for this live stream, even though, I'm at like 250 concurrent viewers right now, it's more to give than it is to get. So, just as a heads up there, but you'll understand that later as you get older. Let's see here. So as we keep on going down here through the list, we've got, getting a 19% click-through rate. Is that good? That's fantastic. That's incredible. Actually, if you have a 19% click-through rate and you can keep that with a lot of impressions, then yeah, then your videos are going to be blowing up left and right. But if you have very low impressions, but you're getting a 19%, then it's good. But it's not like, jaw-dropping good as it would be as if you were getting, like if you had, like 100,000 impressions and you had a 19% click-through rate, your video would just be exploding. As long as your retention was good. If your retention wasn't good, then of course it wouldn't. Let's see here. So be inspired by Alexia HD says, do you think bloopers at the beginning of a video is a good strategy to keep people watching for just the first minute before diving into the content, or no? I wouldn't do that. Of course, you can experiment with it, and then YouTube will give you the data back to let you know how people responded to it. But I personally wouldn't think that would be something that would keep people watching, because when you are getting people to come into the video, they're expecting something. So if it was like a blooper reel, like, hey, this is a blooper reel, was how you're packaging the video, then in that case, they would expect to see bloopers when they go in there. But if you click on a video expecting something else, but then you get a minute of bloopers, you're probably going to leave during that minute of bloopers and go find the content that you were actually looking for, or just click on something in the sidebar if you end up getting distracted. So try it. But I just can't imagine that would be something that, that would match an expectation, unless it was an expectation around comedy or, a blooper reel or something like that. Let's see here. Get Business Credit, thank you for the super chat. Says, Nick, 2 questions. What monitor do you use? And 2, what software are you using for streaming right now? I use StreamYard, but this looks a little different. So for the monitor, this is a Samsung G9. Is the, here, let me change the thing here. Yeah, so it's a Samsung G9. It's one curved monitor. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic for productivity. This is not sponsored or anything like that. Like, I actually had to get this, but unfortunately, like, hey, if anybody knows anybody at Samsung, hey, get me in touch. But the for productivity, it's awesome. I absolutely love this thing. And for live streaming, as you can tell, from this view, like, it's great for live streaming as well. And in terms of StreamYard, one quick tip for this, by the way, if you do end up getting one of these, so you can see how there's this bar here in the back, right, for the stand. If you want to put this on an arm, you have to get a special arm for it. There's one company that makes this arm, and then you have to get an additional attachment for the swivel because the center of gravity on this thing is weird. You can see from the top shot just how curved it is. So the center of gravity is weird. So if you end up getting an arm for it, I think it's called Ergotron is the name. I ordered one. It's taken like 2 months so far for me to get it because they're on back order. But I ordered one, so I'll be changing it up soon. But if you do get it, you have to get that particular arm. If you want an arm, you don't want it just sitting on the desk, just as a heads up. But in terms of the streaming software, you'll see StreamYard right here. So I'm using that. This is definitely what I'm using for StreamYard. So it might look a little bit different than yours because I might have the actual branding, set up a little bit differently. But this is, the whole stream's running through StreamYard. The difference is I'm using this right here to switch between cameras versus, switching anything within StreamYard. So I'm using StreamYard for comments. I'm using StreamYard later to pull in guests if anybody ends up joining. And I'm using StreamYard to put graphics on the screen. But the actual camera switching and all of that's all happening right here. So hopefully that answered your question. All right. So let's see here. Next up on the list, we've got... let's see here. Okay. What tips would you give to music channels? Make good music, because if you don't make good music, then people are going to listen to the stuff that is good. So you have to kind of, you have to eat that pill, so to speak. Like, you got to say, okay, if I'm going to be making music, then I have to make sure that this music is awesome, right? Like, this music has to be good enough to where I'm like, yeah, people are going to dig this. And then you put it out. Of course, if you're teaching people how to do music, that's one thing, and that's easy. You just make a bunch of how-to content, shows up in search, you end up getting traffic that way. But if you're a music channel and you're making music and you're wanting to get your music out there, then your music has to be good. Like, you got to be real, like, just like, just like anything else. Like if you want people to download your music on Spotify, you got to have really good music, right? Same exact thing applies to YouTube. If you want people to respond to what it is that you're doing, you got to have really good music. One way that people typically will get started on music channels is they'll mix original music with trends. So let's say, for example, you have an artist that you enjoy that's around the type of music that you make. Then you make a cover of their song. You'll get a copyright claim on it. You won't get a strike depending on which company it is that you're using the song from, but you'll get a claim on it. So you won't be able to actually monetize that unless you do. And well, depends on the company, but basically like what you want to do is you want to do trending songs as covers so that you can grab attention for those trending songs. But then you also want to convert some of those people into listening to your original music as well. So one, you have to do a really awesome cover. Two, if you're doing original music, your original music also has to be really awesome as well. Another thing I would do is put effort into it, put energy into it, make it awesome. So for example, if you're going to go through the process of making music and putting that music on YouTube with the hopes that people are going to watch it, make it a cool experience. Like when you go and you watch all of the, like any of the popular music on YouTube, everybody's got music videos, right? There's a reason for that. There's a reason MTV was a thing, right? I don't know if it still is or not, but there's a reason that MTV was a thing because people love listening to music and watching the visuals that go along with it. You don't have to do anything high production, but just, think it through and try to think up some cool ways that you can make music videos, for the type of content that you make. So then that way, since you're on YouTube and it's a visual and audio platform, then you want to make sure that you are giving them cool visuals to watch. You want to make sure that you're giving them good music to listen to so that they can, so they can enjoy the entire experience when they come into your music channel. But hopping on trends, definitely something that you would want to do. And then mixing your trends in with your original music is the next thing that you want to make sure that you do there as well. All right. So let's see here as we keep on going down the list. Curon Circles, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. As we keep on going down here, we got the Beauty Food Chick. Welcome to the Nimmin.
Welcome to the Nimminati.
So when you get a chance, go to nimminvip.com. That is our members only Facebook group. Fill out all the information on the way in because that's how I verify that you are a member after the stream today. Let's see here as we keep on going down through this list. Brian G. Johnson in the house. Brian G. Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, is the author of this book right here, Tube Ritual Volume 1. The book that will help you go from 0 to 5,000 subscribers and more because it teaches you all the best practices of YouTube. You can just go to Amazon.com, look for Tube Ritual, or you can go to Brian's website, briangjohnson.tv. I'm sure it's available there as well. Brian, nice to see you in here, my friend. Hope that you're doing awesome. So let's see here. Is YouTube a good place to publish animation series with YouTube's unstable false copyright strikes? Yep. Sure is. If your animation series is good, then yeah, you'd be kind of crazy not to publish it to YouTube. So yeah, you definitely. So sure, there's false, strikes that go out and things like that from time to time from shady people that, that abuse those types of things. But for the most part, most people don't run into those problems. Let's see here. So next up on our list, and there's some super chats here that I missed. Let's see here. Are those Elgato switches for your cam views changing? So let's see here. Let's go back to this overhead shot. So what I have is I have the Stream Decks here. So you can see behind me all the stuff that I have going on the wall, right? So I have a computer. You can see it right there. And that computer is on the table over there. And that is OBS is running that. And then there's an HDMI cable going up. And then what you can't see is there's a projector right up there that shoots over my head and hits the wall. So what this does is this small Stream Deck Mini right here, this is actually going underneath the monitor. It's going across the floor and then plugged into that laptop so that I can trigger that to change what's going on here in the background. So the camera switching is actually happening from these devices. These are called ATEM Minis. This is an ATEM Mini, and that just does the switching by itself. This is ATEM Mini Pro ISO that allowed you to record in addition to stream. So since this is a really long live stream, I don't record these. But the idea with this is that, if you want to record, it records all of your camera sources at one time. So then, when you go to put your video together, then, you have all these different cameras. You can swap back between cameras and stuff like that. A lot of people use these for streaming and recording, but it's called an ATEM, ATEM Mini. That's what you want to look for if you are, Googling stuff. Thanks, Doug. I will get to that right here in a second. I appreciate it. Let's see here. I think, and get business credit.
Welcome to the Nimminati.
Welcome to the Nimminati. Nimmin, go to nimminvip.com next time you get the chance. It's going to redirect you to the Facebook group, fill out all the information on the way in so I can verify that you are a member after the stream. And as a heads up, like since you're a channel member, if you have like any questions or anything like that about any of the setup or anything like that, feel free to post it in the Facebook group. And I can, take pictures or, give you model numbers or whatever it is that you need. If you're trying to, duplicate the setup, I can give you all the information that you need to help you along there. Let's see here. As we keep on going, let me go into this list here really quick, and then we're going to jump back into the chat, but I got to make sure that I get these. Oops. I got to make sure that I get those super chats taken care of. Let's see here. Doug said that I missed. Oh, okay. So we've got another, I actually had a few, that it seems that I missed here. Okay. So seismic shock, we got that one. Urban Explorer, seismic shock. We did that one. Let's see here. Okay. Race City Autos and Tuning said, my content is getting better. Everything looks fine, but I'm losing impressions. Real big loss of impressions. Please help and thank you. Okay. So what you want to do if you're losing impressions is you want to go and you want to figure out why. So, YouTube has a compare feature in your YouTube analytics to where you can compare date ranges. So what you want to do is you want to go to the date range prior to where you were getting a lot of impressions, change it, and then compare that against now where you're not getting a lot of impressions. Try to uncover why. So, it could be the videos that you're publishing now just aren't getting as much traction as the videos that you were publishing before. It could be that you had videos before that were doing exceptional compared to the videos that you've been publishing recently, just haven't been doing as good. So because of that, I would go in there and use that compare feature to just get an understanding of where the loss is happening. And then you'll also be able to see if you had some videos that were performing higher at that point in time versus videos that are performing, lower now, to see if, maybe you were getting a lot of suggested views, but then maybe you didn't publish as frequently. So then your suggested views ended up going down. And then, because of that, you're just not getting as much, suggested impressions as an example. So if you go and you use that compare feature in your analytics, then in that case, you should be able to uncover some starting information that you'll be able to dig deeper into to figure out why your impressions are down. Blaine Locklear, what's up, man? Says, hey, Nick, can I make a better integrated mentions for sponsors? I use their scripts and assets, but conversions are very low. Any creative ideas? Yeah, so I wouldn't use scripts from sponsors. The way that you want to communicate with sponsors, first off, who here works with sponsors? If you work with sponsors, just say me, just so we can just kind of do a roll call. But when you're working with sponsors, what you want to do is you want to think to yourself, okay, and not just think to yourself, but you want to tell them this too, is you want to say, okay, a sponsor's gonna give me this like script and they want me to say this like word for word, but they don't know my audience. Like they don't know the people that I'm talking to. I do. Like I know, the people I talk to, I know what they think about. I know the things that they are concerned as it pertains, concerned with as it pertains to my content, the things they like, that they don't like, all that good stuff. So let sponsors know and be firm on this, that your audience. So what you want them to do is you want them to give you talking points. So the talking points are basically, like, let's say that you have tools, right? Let's say they're giving you a bunch of tools. And they are, because I'm not, off the top of my head, I can't remember the type of content that you make, but let's say that let's say they're giving you tools or coffee cups, whatever. Then in that case, you would say, give me talking points. And those talking points wouldn't be say this and then say this and say this. You got to make sure that you're saying this. The talking points would be suggestions to help better explain their product. So for example, if it was coffee cups, maybe they would say something about the ceramic used or where it was made, like, hey, this was made in, this country, or, hey, we use this to, we use, parts of, the income from this to donate to charity, or, like anything like that. Like those are all talking points, as well as, like what it's made of, how much it, contained, or how much coffee it will hold, that kind of stuff. But you want to get that type of information from sponsors, but you want to communicate it in your way. In addition to that, you also want to make sure that when you're doing the integrations, there's different ways that you can do it. One, you can make an entire sponsored video for somebody. Two, And that one's pretty cut and dry. It's usually like a review video or something. And then you can also do the bumpers like I do in most of my stuff to where, and I mix it up between full videos and bumpers, but basically with the bumpers, what those are is to where, I'll start the video and then I'll drop the bumper. So those bumpers are made with, I put everything together. I use my voice and then I take the talking points from the companies and then I will say the talking points. And then I'll usually add like personal stuff too, because for me, like I won't represent it if I'm not using it myself. So because of that, it'll be like, hey, and then I use it for, XYZ. And the reason for that is just to, remind people that like, I'm not just a shill, that I'm also using the stuff that I'm recommending to others. So, working in that type of thing into your messaging can definitely help. In addition to that, your call to action matters. So first, you want to make sure, because you said that they're not converting very high. So first, you want to make sure that you make it easy for people to find the link. So, you want to make sure that you have a link in your description. And a lot of companies will ask you to actually put the link above the fold or above the see more for desktop users. So that would mean that link would have to be in the top 3 lines of your description. But some companies are going to want that. But in addition to that, you are also able to do other creative things. So depending on the type of content that you make, like let's say you're a vlogger, which I don't think that you are, Blaine, but just for the vloggers that are here, another way that you can take this approach is you can actually make it to where, like, let's say somebody gave you, we'll just do, what do we got here? Okay, let's say somebody gave you headphones, right? And you're a vlogger. Then if somebody gave you headphones or they, are paying you to make videos about their headphones, then in that case, like your whole entire vlog could be set up as, hey, I'm going to this park and, today we're going to be just kind of chilling, listening to music, blah, blah, blah. And, you're grabbing your headphones off your, table and all of that. And then you're heading out the door. And then, you're in the car, you're talking, you get to the park and you're listening to your headphones. Like, man, these just suck. You know what? Let's just go get some new headphones. Right. And then you go and then you end up, going, you get some other headphones and you put those on. You're like, oh God, these are great. These are awesome. And of course, you would let people know that it's sponsored by putting the little sponsored tick on there. But you'd be like, yeah, these are awesome. And you got to make sure they are awesome, because if people are listening to AirPods and then you give them those headphones and they're like, these suck compared to the AirPods, then they won't trust you anymore. But the idea is making the brand the hero of the story. So what you would do is be like, yeah, it's just not cutting it. And then you would go to the mall or something, you'd pick up another set of headphones and you'd bring this, oh God, these are great. And I'll put a link to these down in the description, blah, blah, blah. So then by doing that, what you are doing is you're actually making your those headphones the hero of the story, because you went to the park and you were trying to just chill out and listen to music, but your AirPods weren't, cutting out all the background noise and stuff like that. You got fed up and frustrated. So you went to the mall, you picked up a really awesome set of headphones, and those headphones are from the brand that is paying you or from the brand that gave you the headphones. And then you talk about how awesome they are. And man, I wish I would have had these all day. I'm going to be listening to these, for a long time, blah, 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 all that good stuff. So, that's another approach that you can take. Let's see here. As we keep on going, I think that might have us up here. Gaming channel. Okay, we've got that one. There were a couple more here that I think that I missed. We got the race tuner, business credits. Let's see here. Well, YouTube ads. Okay, so Dom Stay Winning says, will YouTube ads kill organic growth and traffic? It's not that YouTube ads kill organic growth and traffic. The problem is people typically run ads when they can't get organic growth and traffic. So what happens is, when you are publishing content and you are not able to get a response, then ads isn't going to help you, because you'll be forcing a response. But then as soon as you stop spending money, that response is going to dry up. And then you're going to be like, oh no, this sucks. Now I have to buy ads all the time. But in reality, you don't. It's just because you haven't went through the process of learning how to get an organic response first. Now, with that said, just as another thing when it comes to ads, is that you are, just kind of forcing your content into people. Like what you ultimately want to like really grow an awesome, solid communities, you want people to find you organically, so that they can, find you in the way that they respond to your content, so that they're the most likely to end up subscribing and enjoying your content and coming back and all of that good stuff. So because of that, ads can, bring some attention to you, but they can work against you as well, especially if you like target them wrong or something like that. Then they can really dig you into a hole. Okay, so next up we got Zoe Chang says, do you think that YouTube will die when VR gets bigger? So YouTube has a VR area. So one, I do not think so, and this is why. Right. So regardless of how big VR gets, and this will probably come back to bite me in the future, but regardless of how big VR gets, people are still going to watch videos on their phone because, of course, once they start getting them in VR into like glasses and things like that, to where the technology just gets smaller, things might change at that point in time. But for now, while people are still watching videos on their phone, or they'll be watching videos in smart glasses, then VR isn't going to, destroy anything like that. There'll be people that will be like, hey, I only watch videos in VR. But that'll still be a small minority compared to the people that are watching on phones and TVs and computers and all that. But I'm really looking forward to that time because VR is incredible. I absolutely love VR. Who here plays with VR? Games or whatever. Like who here is a VR person? Okay, so next up here on our list, I think that got me taken care of. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Is the curved screen hard to get used to from Get Business Credit? It is. It's a little bit awkward at first, just because you're not used to having that thing, having it all wrap around. And even with two monitors, because I used to do two monitors too. And even with two monitors, you still have like a clear separation. Here, like everything is one. But one thing that you can get, and I can't show you here just because, it's too far away, but basically like I can slide, I'll do it with the chat here. But I can move this up here into this little window and then it'll just kind of force it into that area. So, and then I got to take this back down really quick. But basically by doing that, you can set that little tool up and it's free from Samsung, but you set up that tool to where you can divide your screens into sections that you prefer. And then you can just move it up there and snap it. So in addition to that, this right here, this TV graphic that I have going on, this is also connected to my computer. And then because the system is all connected here, the same exact thing works. So I take my VLC player and then I just drop that into the full screen, which is the TV, and then it just snaps it full screen right into the TV over there too. So it's pretty awesome. Let's see here. 11 months, 64 videos about, okay, this is from Sadix Glens. Hope I'm saying that right. It says 11 months, 64 videos about photography, all in 4K, only 272,720 subs. Feels frustrated, don't want to quit. How do I keep myself motivated? What's wrong? First, 4K doesn't mean anything. 8K doesn't mean anything. 12K, if you start publishing in 12K, also doesn't mean anything. What matters is the viewers and how they respond to what it is that you're doing. So of course, making your videos in 4K or 8K, making them that way so that you're future proofing, so that they're more easily or more appropriate, I should say, for, like large TVs and like that kind of stuff, for 4K monitors. So you can just get the best possible quality out of them. In that case, it matters. But when it comes to performance on YouTube, it doesn't. So for example, somebody can be uploading on their channel just videos that are 1080p and they can just completely outpace you based on the response that they're getting from the content, right? So 4K versus 1080p doesn't matter if one of them gets a better response than the other, okay? Now, if all things were equal, then in that case, some people that are into the 4K, then they would, of course, respond better to your content because it's more for them, right? But so keep making your videos in 4K. I'm not saying don't do that, but I'm just saying in terms of, what actually matters, that is one of the things that do not. But when if you have 64 videos in, you got 2,720 subs, which by the way, that's not horrible. Like you're not doing bad, just so you know. But when you are frustrated and you don't want to quit, the way that you keep yourself motivated is one, who here has trouble with motivation on YouTube just in general? Like who here, RPG Authority, I will. But who here has, you just have those days where you're like, those days or those periods of time to where you're like, man, I just got to get moving. So what you want to do is hey, Heidi, really quick, stop the presses here. So like I was telling you guys before, that's her. She just showed up. Congratulations, Heidi, on your 30,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel. High five and fist bump to you. Awesome work. Absolutely love seeing that tweet. So congratulations to you. Nice work. So, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So the 2,720 subs, one, you're not doing bad. But two, what you need to do is you need to go into your YouTube analytics and you need to start unpacking everything. So you need to go in, you need to start looking at your click-through rate. You need to start looking at your click-through rate per the traffic sources. So you can see like, hey, do I have a higher click-through rate in the upside down thing? Do I have a higher click-through rate there? Because I'm getting a lot of traffic from the some of the views that I'm pulling from here from the channel page, and those people are going to click more. Am I getting am I getting a really high click-through rate in search, but not so much on home pages, that kind of stuff, so that you can start identifying why. And let me unpack for you how that works and how you actually solve that problem. So let's say that you go into your traffic sources. And when you're in your traffic sources, you notice that your videos are performing well in search, but they're not performing in browser suggested. What that means is people are not being compelled to click on your videos, like your click-through rate. People are not being compelled to click on your videos from home pages and from just the recommendations in general, suggested videos or home pages. But if they are not compelled to click on you from there, and therefore you have a low click-through rate compared to the impressions that you're getting, then what you want to do is you want to say, okay, in search, it's easy for me to get traffic there because people are looking for what I make. So it makes sense that people are clicking on me more there. But since people are clicking on me less in these other surfaces, why? And then you want to start thinking of things like, okay, when people are looking for my content, it's easy to grab their attention. It's easy to, to lead them into my content because I'm only competing with the other people, in those search results. And that's usually like a scroll or two of competition. Even though there might be pages and pages and pages of videos, it's a scroll or two of competition, and sometimes not even a scroll. When that page loads, people are going to be like, oh, here's 5 or 8 videos. I'm just going to click on this one and go. But you are just competing with a very small amount of people. However, one thing you have to think about is if you do find that like your click-through rate is really low from suggested videos and from browse, and it's typically lower in suggested videos anyway, just as a heads up. But if it's like drastically lower, then what you want to think about is, okay, what can I start doing with my titles and thumbnails to make this stuff more compelling? Because when I'm targeting search, like that's an easy way to do it. And it's an extremely effective way to do it. But since people are looking for it, it's not as hard to grab their attention because they're already intending to watch the video that I made. Whereas if you find that your click-through rate is low on home pages and suggested, then what you have to start thinking is, okay, if my video shows up on a home page, based on this topic, based on the thumbnail, and based on the title, one, is it easy for people to identify that this video is something that matters to them? So since you're doing photography stuff, like is the imagery that you're using, I'm guessing since you're a photographer that you're probably nailing this one, but is the imagery that you're using something that helps the viewers identify what it is that helps them identify that your content's for them, right? Are you using like cameras and, things like that, cameras and apertures and, like aperture imagery, like that type of stuff? Like, are you using that type of thing to, grab attention or to help them identify that it's for them? And then from there, you want to start looking at your titles and you want to think, okay, I'm optimizing these for search, which is cool, but what else can I add to these to make it to where when somebody sees this on a homepage, they feel compelled to click on this? So, the imagery that I'm using for, grabbing their attention, letting them know that this video is for them, that's one part of it. But then the other side of it is with my title, like what is it that I can add to this to make somebody that is interested in photography when they see this video think like, oh yeah, I want to click on this. This looks interesting. This looks, like something I need to watch. But you want to start uncovering things like that if you notice that your numbers are low from different sources that you're actually wanting to pull traffic from. Because here's the thing. When you like really want to accelerate things, acceleration most of the time comes from home pages and suggested videos. So like, for example, long term, yeah, you can crush on search traffic without question. You can get tons of views on search over time. However, like if you publish a video today, even if it's for a high search volume, unless it's something that's on trend, if you publish a video today, the likelihood of you getting 10,000 views on that video from search today is going to be really low. Whereas if you publish a video today and that video is super compelling and it shows up on home pages and people are clicking on it from home pages and from suggested videos, the possibility of you getting 10,000 or more views on that today is exceptionally higher, especially when it comes to like photography and stuff like that. So because of that, you want to make sure that you are balancing those things out. And like when you go and you look at like your best performing videos on your YouTube channel for everybody here, if you go and you look at the best performing videos on your YouTube channel that performed right out of the gate, that when you publish those videos, you just started getting a lot of views, a lot more views than you normally get. If you narrow down to that date range from when you first publish that video or the first few days after you publish that video, what you're going to notice is that a majority of your views, a staggering majority, most likely came from home pages and it came from suggested videos, because that's where, when YouTube is showing your content to people, that's where you can get flooded with views versus the people that are going and looking for what it is that you make, right? So again, I'm not saying don't, target search or anything like that, because search is great. I built, the foundations of my channel are built on YouTube search. It's an extremely effective, source of traffic, and you should definitely tap into it as long as your content's appropriate for it. But you also got to think, wider than that and start thinking of, okay, how in the world can I grab somebody's attention and get them to click on what it is that I'm doing from the homepage and recommended videos? So Saddest Glens, focus on that. And you also need to go into your audience retention reports, because you're saying, you've been on 11 months, you've got 64 videos, you're doing 4K. This is how many subscribers I have. But some things that you didn't mention was, this is the type of response that I'm getting on my videos. So you also want to go in and you want to look at your audience retention on your videos and see if you notice that when people are clicking on your videos, that they're just not sticking around for a long time. And that can come down to you making really long videos. It can come down to you making, like 10-minute videos where people are only sticking around for like a couple of minutes. It can come down to you making 5-minute videos where people are only sticking around for a couple minutes. But the idea is you want to go into your audience retention reports and start trying to uncover the things that make people stay in your videos and the things that make people leave in your videos, because in most cases, how people are responding to your content in your audience retention reports is really going to help you understand why a channel is not overperforming, why it's performing or underperforming. Ooh, I'm gonna take a walk after that one. No, I'm just kidding. Ooh, I just talked for quite a while there. So here, give me a second. I'm gonna recap.
If you're enjoying the show, remember to give it a thumbs up and share it with a friend right now.
All right, I needed some fluids after that one. Okay, so next up on our list, really quick here. Let's see here. So 9% CTR, 40% audience retention, but low impressions. Why? Why could come down to your topic. People are just not responding, from the topic. It could come down to the 40% retention. Like if you have, if you have like a 5-minute video and you have 40% retention on it, you're not getting, tons of watch time from that video. If you're getting, if you have a 10-minute video, then it's better. But that just might not be enough for the amount of impressions that you currently have. So one thing to think about is, when you are looking at your click-through rate and your audience retention, you always have to compare it to the impressions that you currently have, the impressions that you're getting. Because when you're comparing it to the impressions that you're getting, it changes everything it is that you're looking at. Because if you have very low impressions, like I was saying before, it's relatively easy to keep the numbers high. But when you start getting a lot more views, then those numbers start being harder and harder to maintain, because there's more and more people that are interacting with your content. Let's see here. As we keep on going, Fit Dad Chris, I appreciate the kind words, my man. Thank you. Let's see here. So I'm going to refresh this, make sure I got everybody taken care of, and then we're going to jump back in here to some questions. So get your questions ready, put a Q in front of it. Don't drop it in there yet, but put a Q in front of your question, because right here in a second, after I get these other, there's a couple other super chats that came in that I have to answer. But as soon as I get through that, then start dropping your questions, and then we'll start pulling some of those out as well. So RPG Authority says, I spent time, found this name on all their socials, made accounts and everything, and I found someone who already has the YouTube name. What should I do? That sucks. I've been there, sucks. So what you should do is try to think of another way that you can present the same thing. So if somebody already has RPG Authority, then 1, taking out the space might do it. 2, adding an underscore might do it. 3, doing, like RP, I don't know, maybe spelling out the RPG and then not putting the authority on there. Yeah. Or just doing like RPG Authority YT at the end, just put a YT for YouTube. And then everything else, you just have YPG or RPG Authority. That might be the win for that one. But yeah, that sucks. Absolutely sucks. Most of the views, this is from Huron Circle, says most of the views from countries I'm not targeting. Yeah, so here's the thing. When it comes to YouTube, that can happen. So if you just like David Hasselhoff is a hit in Germany, you can run into situations like that as well, to where people just respond from your content more from other regions than they do from the region that you're targeting. So because of that, what you want to do is you want to go into your demographics for your YouTube channel, and you want to start making sure that you're doing things like adding the captions in the language that you're targeting. You want to make sure that that you're looking at you want to make sure that you're paying attention to, I should say, over time, like the actual topics. Like you can dig into each video for this, but figure out specific topics that are getting more from outside the demographic that you're targeting compared to the demographic that you're targeting. Find the topics that are getting more from the demographic that you're targeting compared to the demographic that you're not targeting, so that you can start trying to uncover why that each one is getting, you know, the views coming from the wrong place, essentially. But, you know, if you're speaking the language and you are, you know, captioning your videos and you're doing all that thing for the language that you're targeting, as long as those people start responding to your videos, then you should start getting, you know, more traffic from there. Keep in mind though, based on population and things like that, you know, like the Philippines typically is a large traffic source. India is typically a large traffic source. Let's see here, who else? US, of course, UK. But I mean, in terms of like countries that you may or may not be trying to get in front of, those two are pretty, you know, pretty big ones, because they'll mix. Like if you're targeting English speaking, you know, both of those countries, you know, they have a lot of English speakers in them, and there are a lot of them are on YouTube as well. Can we see popcorn? See, now we're getting to the good stuff. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Here, give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can get popcorn up here. So let's see here. So get business credit. We got one more here, and then we're going to start dropping those questions in here. So says, I teach business credit, but also starting a channel on EDM producing. Nice. I want all-in-one nice studio for both. Now that YouTube started paying my channel, wow, now 10,000 subs today in 6 months. Nice. Nice work. High five, fist bump to you for 10K in 6 months. So doing like business credit, stuff like that, like those channels are on fire right now. So yeah, great work going into something like that. But if you're also doing EDM, that's great. So I would love to connect with you if you do like music stuff. I'd love to connect with you. If you'd send me you're going to be in the Facebook group, but if you could also send me a DM on Twitter, I'd love to connect with you just to see listen to the music that you are listening to the music that you're doing. If you look over here, like that's what I do back over in that area. You can actually see like one of the monitors right there, but that's what I do back in that area too, is I got my 88 key MIDI keyboard back there. I've got my drum machine, all that stuff. You can see another drum machine right here for when I'm messing around. So yeah, I'd love to connect. My stuff is more like hip hop related stuff and just more like moody type stuff. But I'd love to just listen to some of the stuff that you're doing. Let's see here. So next up on our list, drop your questions. Now's the time. Drop those cues. So I'm just scrolling to the bottom now. So then drop your cue, and then as they start coming in, then we'll pull those. Let's see here. So Redfish, did I catch that one? Oh no, it went. Okay, Redfish Play says, what's your number one tip for getting better viewer retention on a 10-minute video? Number one tip is a good hook, right? Good hook. Make sure that you're delivering with your hook. Make sure that you're delivering on the promise that you're creating with your external packaging in terms of topic, title, and thumbnail. So set up a good topic, title, and thumbnail, and then give them a really good hook at the beginning. And that hook, the idea of a hook, like the topic there is like a fish hook, right? Like you're grabbing them so that they'll want to watch more of your video. Let's see here. How do you increase impressions? All of that. We're going to go through a quick lightning round here. You know what? I need a clock sound. That's on a timer. That's what I need. But basically, yeah, we're going to go through a lightning round. How do I increase impressions? Impressions are based on performance. If you want to increase your impressions, then your videos have to have better numbers than what they currently have. So if you have low impressions, then that means that people are just not responding to your videos high enough at a high enough rate. Somewhere there's a fail point somewhere, if not multiple. So therefore, you have to go into your YouTube analytics. That basically is the back end of your YouTube channel. If you're not familiar with that, you can also access a very limited version through the YouTube Studio app. But basically, you need to go in and start looking at and being very mindful about how people are responding to your videos so that you can make sure that you are, making whatever modifications that you need to in order to create a better experience for the people that are viewing your content. Will live streaming, and this is from Tim Waddle, says, will live stream painting demonstration tutorials once a week on a targeted date and time that will last about 1 to 2 hours be enough to sustain my channel? It could be. Like some people, like me, I just sit here and talk, for 3 hours. I mean, I'm helping people and answering questions, but like I'm sitting here, just hanging out. So, there's other people, like there's a channel, her name's Emily. She's speaking at Vidsummit. I can't remember her last name off the top of my head, but she's a lawyer, and she's just getting crushed. All she does is live streams on her channel, and she's just getting crushed with viewers there. So if your paintings are really cool and your personality, is something where people are like, oh yeah, this is really engaging, then yeah, you can absolutely grow your channel off of participating in live streams. But one thing that you want to make sure that you're doing though is if you're only doing live streams on your channel, I recommend that you don't anyway, of course, do whatever you like, but I recommend that you do not use like templated thumbnails and templated titles and all that. Make it unique every single time. Think about why it is or what it is that you're going to be doing in the stream that you can leverage in your title and your thumbnail in order to get people to click on it to come in and actually participate in your stream. RPG Authority says questions came quick. They did. And I also just want to really quick, I want to thank Chantel for sharing this out onto Twitter. I also want to thank RGB Authority here as well for sharing this out with a photo. I always like to pull these up on screen when they're photos just because it's cool just to see it in the environment. But let's see here. So RPG Authority, sharing the computer screenshot there of watching the stream. So thank you for sharing that out as well. I appreciate it. So let's see here as we keep on trucking through these questions. So are Amazon links allowed in video descriptions or can it hurt monetization? And if yes, if the products are not sponsored, should you tick the paid promotion part or not? So in terms of Amazon links in the video description, yes, you can have Amazon links in the description. It does not hurt monetization. But what you do need to do, according to the FTC, is you need to disclose that they're affiliate links. In addition to that, for YouTube, you don't have to check on the sponsored content because you're not getting paid to do it. You're not like somebody didn't give you money or give you products. The only way that you're making money off of that is if somebody clicks on it and then converts into it. So it's not a sponsored piece of content. So you don't need to do that. But in terms of your description, make sure that you put any FTC disclaimers that you need to put down there. And also make sure that if you're promoting things on Amazon, who here is an Amazon affiliate? Just say me. But if you're promoting things on Amazon, you also have very specific language that Amazon wants you to put in your description as well, stating that you're a partner and blah, blah, blah. So make sure that you put that statement in there as well. If you do not, then you can end up losing your affiliate account because of that. Not your channel, but your affiliate account with Amazon. Let's see here. So in addition to that, man, I accidentally scrolled here, so I just lost. Okay, there we go. That was Sorosi. Okay, Canva. What's your opinion on subscriber-only Premiere Chat? I think it's great. And I'm actually considering taking like the last hour of my live streams and turning it into subscriber-only chat as well. So if people want to participate, then they need to be subscribed. So I'm considering doing that also. But I think it's great. Because, like if somebody's not subscribed to the channel and they're participating in the live stream, like that's fine. But like if you're doing things like I'm doing, where you're like answering questions and you're like, really like trying to serve people, then in that case, it's like, hey, at least subscribe to the channel for crying out loud. Right. So it's like, at least give me that. Right. Let's see here. So D-tier Niddle says, my channel just hit 11 subscribers in 4 weeks, and those are neighbors. I thought that was a question. So first off, high five and fist bump to you for getting 11 of your neighbors to subscribe to your YouTube channel. The next thing that you got to do is try to get people that don't know you to subscribe to your YouTube channel, which just as a heads up, sometimes it can happen, in a fair amount of time. Other times it can take a while because we all come into this with different things that we know and different things that we know how to do. So because of that, our approach can be different and, the approach that we take can be different. So, just hang in there and learn everything it is that you can about your channel. And just a heads up, like if you're just getting started because you have 11 subscribers, YouTube, and everybody here, that's new to YouTube, and even if you're experienced, you should go through this from time to time. But YouTube has a free resource for you called the YouTube Creator Academy. And basically it teaches you like all the best practices and stuff for YouTube. They don't go into like anything advanced there, anything even like remotely, above like beginner level, but they, teach you about things like making sure that you have, your keywords at the front of your titles and, like that kind of stuff. So I really recommend it's called the YouTube Creator Academy. You can look for it on Google. And I know I used to have a link to it in the description here. I'm not sure if I still do, but you can check down there as well. Let's see here. How to find a good YouTube channel name. Sit there and just whittle at it. So one thing that I do when I am trying to come up with a good name for something, either a project or a YouTube channel or whatever, this one was easy, but like with my brother and I, we were going to do another one called Creator Insights that we ended up not doing because he started his own channel. In addition to that, I have, another channel that I had called All Our Questions. Then from time to time, I'll do experimental stuff too. But for like projects and things like that, like for example, I have like my tuber tools, I have my Pad Planet, I have Tuber School on the way, by the way. But like that kind of stuff. But what I do is I will start with a domain register. So I'll go to like GoDaddy or Namecheap or DirectNick or Instant Domain Search, something like that. And I'll just start typing in, different ideas, random ideas that I have that I think are good. When possible, I try to go with, things that rhyme or things that have, similar letters, or that there's some type of flow to it, just to make it, easy to remember, easy to understand. So what you don't want to do is you want to try to make sure that you are not using like a bunch of numbers and things like that. And you also want to say it out loud. The reason that you want to say the name that you choose out loud is because let's say that you have a, just for fun is your channel name, but then you use the number 4 as the 4 part. Then in that case, what's going to happen is as your channel grows, let's say you have people that are wanting to, have you on podcasts, they want to collaborate with you on their YouTube channel, stuff like that. Then you have this 4 problem. And that 4 problem is going to be that every single time that you mention, hey, where can we find you? If we want to learn more about you, go to, for fun, doing this for fun. I can't remember what the original thing was that I said, but doing this for fun.com. Or to go, doing this for fun YouTube channel. But then every time you say it, you're gonna have to say, and when you type in 4, it's the number 4, not FOR, not FOUR, right? So, you have to just keep saying that all the time. So using numbers or just any type of confusing thing like that is definitely something that you want to avoid if possible. Let's see here. And you also want to make sure, really quick on this one again, you also want to make sure that you look on YouTube, go to youtube.com/whatever channel name it is that you are wanting to do. Make sure nobody else has the URL because you want that official URL. In addition to that, there's a website called Namecheck, namechk.com, to where you can put in your channel name, and then it'll kick back a lot of the social media outlets and let you know where the name's available, where it's not, so that you don't have to manually go and check every place that you're trying to get an account. Some of them you'll have to open up because some of them, it'll say that it's available, but it's not really. But it just makes it really easy to be able to uncover, good names. 100 video rule for a beginner. Absolutely. The 100 video rule, basically, it's not a rule. It's just a suggestion. And what that is if you're just getting started, you've never done any of this stuff before, even if you have, instead of looking at YouTube and saying, okay, I'm going to get discouraged because, my channel's not going the way that I want right away, or people aren't responding to my videos right away. The suggestion here is that you put your head down and you focus on making 100 videos, and you use every single video as a learning experience on production, on presentation, on titling, on, all of the different things that you have to do for your videos. And then once you publish them, you go and you look in your analytics, you see the feedback that you're getting from the content that you're publishing. And then, you kind of rinse and repeat based on the things that you learn on how people are responding to your content. You do that over and over and over again for 100 videos. By the time you hit that 100 video mark, you're going to have developed a ton of skills that are going to help you on YouTube. You're going to have some videos that are bringing in some traffic to your YouTube channel. You're going to have some videos that are going to consistently be bringing traffic into your YouTube channel, so that as you're publishing more content, you have an archive of content behind you that's continually bringing in viewers, that sort of thing. So that's why people recommend making 100 videos, or in Roberto Blake's language, making 100 crappy videos, so that you can, focus on, getting through that process and skill development before you start worrying about subscribers and, things like that. Because at the end of the day, the thing that makes people, subscribe to YouTube channels is you make content that they enjoy and they want more of it. So they subscribe to your YouTube channel. But if you can't even get people to click, then, you're never going to get that person to watch that wants to, come and watch more of it. So you got to develop the skills to be able to get people to click, to understand how to write titles, thumbnails, and even come up with good ideas, and framing those ideas in a way to where it's going to, reach as many people as possible that you're trying to target with your content, those types of things. So that's the idea with the 100 video rule. Let's see here. Since we are still in the lightning round, I saw some super chats come in. We're going to answer those right here in a second, but I'm still going to keep going through here. So we did the impressions one. Okay. What to include in the hook? So that's a really good question. So when it comes to your hook, what you want to think about is the person that's coming into this video, and just think of it from a person's perspective. You don't have to think everybody, but just think, okay, the person that's going to click on this, what are they going to expect from this video? Why would they click on this video? So if you're doing something where you're helping people, then of course, kind of building up the problem and then, explaining how you're going to help them through that solution, or just telling them, hey, I'm going to, help you with this problem. And then getting them into the content, like that can be the thing. In other cases, if you're, like a storyteller and you're doing vlogs and that kind of thing, or if you weave storytelling into your content, then of course starting it, with the actual problem, hey, here's, this thing that we're, dealing with, and then we're going to try to, fix it by doing, some of these things. Let's go on this adventure and see if we can get it figured out. Those are the types of things that you want to think about when it comes to your hook, but you want to think about what it is that someone might expect, or what reason it is that somebody might actually click on your content. So really quick, RB Gaming says, hello, Nick. What's up, RB Gaming? Hope that you're doing awesome. Says, what's good for new YouTubers gaming? Live streams or upload regularly? So it depends. I know it's not the answer that you want to hear, and that's an easy way out for me, but it really does depend. So when it comes to videos or live streams, as a gamer, here's what I recommend. I recommend that you put out video content that is help content. By help content, I mean that you're helping people solve problems in games. That's the kind of stuff that people will click on from home pages, even if they don't know you. Because, like, let's say, for example, I'm just going to use Fortnite for this. Let's say, for example, Fortnite has an update. You have a bunch of videos about that update. You just start cranking out videos as soon as that update's published. You finding all these different things, using all the different, looting all these different crates, finding all the or chests or whatever, finding, where all the good, ammo or all the good guns are, all that good stuff. And then you make videos showing people all that stuff. People are going to click on those because they want to know, oh, hey, this just happened. They just updated this game. Where's all the good stuff? And they'll click on those videos and watch them. So having that content as a doorway into your channel is definitely advantageous. And then by making that content, you're giving yourself, and by doorway, that's what I mean. You're giving yourself a way for people to discover your content. And then on your live streams, you can also do that with your live streams. But on your live streams, that's more for, playing games or taking your audience with you on a journey to where you're trying to solve specific things in the game, or you're trying to see, if you can beat a high score, you're trying to do whatever challenge it is that you're trying to bring people along with. So that's the approach that I recommend when it comes to your gaming. Let's see. Christina Smallhorn, what is up? Hope that you're doing fantastic. Says, a while back, you said you were starting a YouTube course. Are you still planning on doing that? And when do you plan to release it? Thank you for always being so helpful. Thank you, Christina. I am. So basically, what I ended up doing, so I can't publicly say exactly what happened, but like I was heading in the right path. I mean, I slacked on a little bit, but I was heading in the right path. And then I was partnering with that, but then the company that I was partnering with, they ended up selling, and then I'm not a part of, like my course isn't going to be a part of that anymore. So then I basically had to go, because everything was branded around that and all that. So basically I had to kind of wipe that off. And now I'm in the process. I've rebranded everything, retargeted everything. And I'm in the process of building all that content back out again. I've already got, all the stuff. I just have to redo it. But I'm already in the process of redoing it. So it'll be coming out relatively soon. But I'm not like in a huge rush for it. But it's going to be called Tuber School. Before it was called like YT Accelerator or something like that. Now I'm just calling it Tuber School. And the whole thing is basically just teaching people. I'm going to it's going to be good. So, but yeah, like, thank you for asking first. But yeah, I would say like probably 2 months, give or take, on that one. But I'm not in a big hurry, just because I was, like I was slow about it anyway, and I should have had one for a long time, but I was slow about it anyway. But, so I have myself to blame for that. However, since I am able to kind of redo it, some of the stuff that I wasn't like 1,000,000% happy with on the other one, I'm able to redo that now to make it, to make it better. So it's a win. Okay, so let's see here. As we keep on going here, we've got where's Popcorn, Nimmin's channel. So Popcorn is not going to have a channel. I've actually considered making a channel. But it's just it would be too much work for what I'm willing to do. It'd be super cute, but it's just not my thing. I'm actually going to see if she'll hold on. Can you bring Popcorn up? Can you bring Popcorn? Okay. So yeah, I'm seeing if she'll bring Popcorn up here, so you can see Popcorn. So okay, so let's see here. How to find a good channel name. We got that one taken care of. Emily Baker, yeah, is that the live streamer, the lawyer live streamer? That's the one I think that I was talking about before. Let's see here. What's the items needed to make gaming videos? This is all you need. Your phone is the only thing you need to make gaming videos. I had a friend of mine. I think he's got like 10,000 subscribers on his channel now. Let me move my coffee cup. Here, hold on. There we go. So for those of you that wanted to see Popcorn, here's Popcorn. Say, hey, everybody. So that's Popcorn. For those of you that want to see Popcorn, you want to say something? You want to say something? Say, what is going on? I'm Popcorn. Welcome to Nimmin Live. So that's Popcorn. For those of you that wanted to see Popcorn. So see you in a bit, buddy. Thank you to that. Let's see here. So as we keep on going through the list, okay, here we go. So for people to make vlogs, how can you balance putting yourself out there without being too personal? Great question. So as a vlogger, you're going to be exposing yourself more than other people would in terms of things that you have to be cautious about if you're thinking in terms of safety. So for example, excuse me. So for example, when you are putting your content out there, you have to be mindful of things like, okay, when somebody is like, when I'm walking around, like when I go outside of my house, am I showing the front of my house? Is my address visible? If I'm walking around my house, do I have a piece of mail sitting over here where somebody can get my address from it? Is there anything identifiable where somebody's going to be able to locate me to where I am? In most cases, it's fine, but people are weird and it's the internet. So because of that, it's important to make sure that you do put some of those boundaries up so that you don't just have people showing up at your house. Like, if you end up getting, like if you're like vlogging, you get a channel that, that is doing well, but it's not like exploding, you'll still have people that, are probably going to cross the line for you. So because of that, you just want to make sure that you are, putting up some type of barrier, so to speak, between the information that people have on you to where it makes it difficult. Anybody can track anybody down these days, but like, you just want to make it to where somebody's going to have to put in work in order to track down your location and show up at your front door. So some people, like some YouTubers, they even put, like their addresses, they'll put them in their, video descriptions and stuff. I don't think that's a great idea. Just because then you make it easier for people to even mail you bad things. But setting up a PO box, something like that's a good deal. But when it comes to vlogging, making sure that you're just being mindful of what's being shown is the thing. And in terms of balancing putting yourself out there with being too personal, we all have our own limits. So for me, like I don't like my girlfriend, I don't put her, like on camera a lot and things like that. I have some videos, to where, you might see her like holding something, but I'll usually crop it and things like that, cause she's not, a YouTuber. So for her, I just respect her privacy by not, putting her face all the time in videos. She'll show up every now and then in live streams and stuff like she just did. But in terms of me, like putting a highlight on her and stating that she is my girlfriend, if she does, appear in a video, is something that I don't do, because, I just want to respect her privacy. So, because of that, even though I could include her, I just do that for the sake of her being able to just be private and all that. Cause even here, like I live in another country and I still like pre-pandemic, like I would go to the grocery store here. And from time to time, like I would have people like at the mall or the grocery store that would be like, oh, hey, are you Nick Nimmin? So, it would be a foreigner, like it would be a Westerner that was here like on vacation or that lives here or whatever. And they'd be like, hey, are you Nick? So I just don't want her to, to have to, face that kind of stuff. So just keep that in mind with the other people, family members, things like that are in your vlogs, and just make sure that you're getting the okay from them before you, start putting them out there is the thing that I would recommend. Let's see here. So next up on our list, Costume CO, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And the super sticker. Oh yeah, super sticker. Yep, I appreciate it. Showed up here on as a super sticker, showed up over there as a super chat. Thank you. Science-Based Fitness says, Nick, it's been a while. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. The best start of a super chat ever. That was great. Oh man, you're trying to sell me an update on my extended warranty. That's so good. So funny. Oh, that's great. I'm waiting for telemarketers to start doing that sort of thing. Like that would be hilarious. Just start spending like YouTube comments. I guess that would just be spamming is what that would be called. So funny. Okay. I've seen two, let's see here. I've seen two YouTube put a box style border around the outside of their thumbnails. Do you recommend that you do? Oh, okay. So you've seen YouTubers put a box style border. You just mean just putting like a trim around the thumbnail. Doesn't matter. Like if you think that it, that it adds in terms of like, helps focus people in on the imagery that you're using, then sure. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Let's see here. T-Mad TV says, thanks for your tips tutorials. I'm monetized now. High five, fist bump. Says, I'm still here every Saturday, learning how to make a better gaming channel. Awesome. So thank you for the super chat. Awesome to hear that you got monetized as well. Crushing through those milestones. Some people are hitting small milestones. Some people are hitting big milestones. Just watching everybody just move forward. Absolutely love it. Okay, so let's see here. How do you find a good channel name? We did that one. So I'm going to jump down here a little bit. Here we go. Popcorn's channel. Okay, we did that one. Let me keep on going down this list here. The Mysterious. Oh, man, I just went past it. Hold on. Let me scroll back up. Savage Scientist, what's up, my man? Hope that you're doing fantastic. He's saying hello to Christina, Doug, me, and everybody else. Hope that you're doing awesome, dude. Haven't seen you in a while. Let's see here. So yeah, there was another one that came in. I'll just refresh it off of this page, and then we'll jump back into the questions here. So, heck, maybe I didn't. I thought I saw another one here. Scientist, Christina. Okay, yoga with Ali Beal. Okay, so yoga with Ali Beal says 250 hours short of my 4,000 hours with your help. Uploaded 72 weeks consecutively. How do I learn about setting up ads? Can we pick which ones run? So you can't pick which ads run, but you can make sure that certain ads do not run. So what they allow you to do is basically like when you get monetized, they just have a step-by-step process that they take you through. It's really easy. But once you are monetized, then you go into your AdSense. And just a heads up, everybody here, I'm going to give you a power tip here. So if you are noticing that you have ads running on your videos that you would prefer not to have, either political ads or religious ads or ads from like pharmaceutical companies or anything like that, anything that just outside of your moral compass, you're like, you know what, I do not want my viewers seeing that type of ad. You can go into your AdSense and you can block those types of ads as a group so that they don't show up. Now you might end up, around, election time, stuff like that. You might end up taking a hit in ad revenue compared to what you could have gotten, but you won't be, putting that stuff in front of your viewers. I block that. I block tons of stuff on mine, and it costs me in terms of ad revenue, but it's okay. But the idea is like, I don't want you guys to have to be subjected to that stuff, because I know I go to YouTube to escape some of that stuff. so because of that, I'm like, you know what, if I don't want to watch it on YouTube, I'm just going to go ahead and block it so that, other people don't have to watch it when they come in to watch my content. But in addition to that, here's the power tip. Anybody that does any type of affiliate marketing on your YouTube channel, make sure that you block the URLs of the companies that you are promoting as an affiliate. The reason that you want to do that is because in most cases, people are fine. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. But one thing that you do want to just be mindful of is there are companies out there to where when they notice, hey, we're getting a lot of traffic from this particular person, where they'll look into it. And if they find that your YouTube channel is driving a lot of the traffic, then they can just run ads. And then when they run ads, it's going to cut you out of a lot of the traffic that's coming through your affiliate links. So because of that, just be very mindful that some companies can do that. And because of that, if you have things that you promote as an affiliate, I recommend that you do that, because in addition to the companies, even if they don't do it, then if somebody notices, like, okay, right now, somebody mentioned earlier that they were making things for OBS. They're making graphics for OBS. So if you're making graphics for OBS, then that means that if you have a bunch of OBS related content or a bunch of OBS related things, you can go onto YouTube, you can just look for OBS, and then you can see all the channels that show up for, the things that you're going after. And you can run ads on every single one of those videos and target those videos specifically, or the channels as a whole. So as an affiliate, some companies also let you run ads as an affiliate. So that same exact thing can happen to where somebody that is a savvy affiliate marketer, they can hop onto YouTube. They don't even have to make videos. They just hop onto YouTube. They find all the videos that are getting a lot of the traffic. And then they just start running ads for whatever it is that they're trying to bring attention to there. And in some cases that can overlap with what it is that you're trying to sell in your video, but they end up cutting you out of it because they're running the ad. So because of that, just be mindful of those types of things happening, and know that you can go into your AdSense account and you can block specific URLs or web addresses, and you can block different things as groups like politics and religion, for an example. Glad that you enjoyed Popcorn. Glad that you enjoyed Popcorn. He is cute. Absolutely. Popcorn is bilingual, actually. Yes. So she's training him in Thai. But our language, we kind of mix up, Thai and in English. Like my Thai isn't like, I'm not fluent. I'm good enough to get myself in trouble, but I'm not fluent. Her English, it was like non-existent, but now, her English is getting better. So our language, when her and I communicate, it's a mix of Thai and English. So when she's training Popcorn, she trains him in Thai, but she also mixes in some English. And then when I'm doing anything with him that, that I'm trying to train him to do, I'll do it in English. And with a mix of Thai as well, but it's more English dominant, so that we can make sure that we're both able to communicate with Popcorn as well as each other. So let's see here. Let's see. He is. Popcorn is absolutely cute. Absolutely. So let's see here. As we keep on going, let me scroll this down to the bottom of the list here. Says, my friend Sludgy Creator Motorsport says, my friend does reselling videos. Any ideas for a reselling channel? Also, I do dash cam videos on YouTube. How long do I have to upload? So you have to upload until you figure out what it is that the people that are watching your type of content respond to the most. And then, once you find that out, then you probably want to upload more. So in terms of like how often to upload or how long do you upload, that you just keep uploading until you want to make videos. Like if you're doing dash cam stuff, one thing that I would do, because I'll watch some of that sometimes, but one thing that I would do is I would, like, some dash cam channels, they'll just put just these big long clips up there, just, tighten it up to the part that people want to see. And then I would also cut that down for like TikTok and Reels as well. So you can put it out there, and I would put it on a shorts channel as well. So I would do all those things. I'd have vertical versions going out to shorts, TikTok and Reels. And then I would have the horizontal version going out for YouTube content. In terms of the reselling videos, any ideas? Check out Reezy Resells. He's crushing it. He's doing awesome on his YouTube channel. I can tell you that the CPMs for that type of content, they are typically higher. So he's going to love that part of it. But like if he's doing reselling videos, if he's teaching people how to do the reselling, then that by itself is the value. So from there, he's just got to, think of how to, or they have to think of how to communicate with the people that are coming in, and to really understand what people are coming to the channel for, so they can leverage that for, getting people to click on thumbnails, titles, and that sort of thing. Let's see here. As we keep on going through the list, Nang Crochet, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Glue Guns and Roses, what's up? Nice to see you in here. RPG Authority says, how did you meet your wife? We're getting into the personal stuff today. So we got the dog, we've got her. So we're not married yet, but that's coming soon, but not yet. And she worked at a restaurant here locally. So basically, like, I was out, running around, and I was like, hey, I want to go to this restaurant. I haven't been here in a while. An Indian place. It's now closed, but it's an Indian place. And went there, and normally I would eat downstairs when I would go there, but they had just opened this the place upstairs, where it was like outdoor, but they had just kind of like this cool vibe up there. So I was like, hey, let's go upstairs, and eat there. But she was a waitress there, so I went there and just started talking to her. And she had actually, because she's actually from a different city, and she had just gotten here like a couple days before. So made conversation really easy. So with my limited tie, I was able to, just figure out how long she had been here and all that stuff. And since I had lived here for a while already, I just offered to just kind of show her around town and, take her to some of the tourist things and stuff like that. So that's how. Let's see here. So how to grow on YouTube. Great question. So you're in the right place. So first, go to my YouTube channel, look at all the videos there. 2, go to the YouTube Creator Academy, read all the information there. 3, understand, and this is really important for anybody that's wanting to grow their YouTube channel, you got to understand that YouTube is based on performance. It doesn't matter how much time you put into your videos. It doesn't matter, if you have 4K, like we were talking about before. It doesn't matter if your videos are 4K or 1080p. It doesn't matter if you're making them on your phone or a high-end camera. What matters is how people respond to them. The quality of the content is determined by how people respond, not by what it looks like or sounds like. So having it look good and sound good is definitely an advantage that you can have, but you can do awesome on your phone. I have a video on my channel about a guy here, actually locally, that ended up getting 100,000 subscribers on his channel within 10 months using just an iPhone with no microphone or anything. Since that video, he got a lapel mic so he can do some more creative stuff. But the entire time, all the way up to 100,000 plus, he just used a raw camera with raw audio coming out of the phone. So in terms of like growing on YouTube, it all comes down to understanding your audience and who it is that you're after, with your content, who it is that you want to see your videos, understanding what value it is that they get from the content that you have, understanding how you can express that value so that they can understand that that's the value that they're getting from you with every single video that you publish. And then, of course, starting to understand how to make videos in a way that those people respond to that are coming into your content. But that's a good question. That's what a lot of people are in here for. But that's that's it in a nutshell. But at the end of the day, like, all of this stuff is based on performance. So with more and more people coming to the platform, more and more people getting better, at making videos and putting all this stuff together, with the more and more people doing that, it's getting increasingly more difficult. So because of that, the fact that all of you are already in it and that you're already doing it, even if you're starting today or starting, sometime within the next few months, you're like, get in now. Because, every single day that goes by, it just gets a tiny little bit harder, because that's just more and more people that are pouring onto the platform. Luckily, places like TikTok and, Instagram and all that stuff, that they've got, a lot of people going to those places too. So that's good because some people will just blow up in those places and they'll be like, oh, okay, I'm just going to stay here because I got more views instead of going to YouTube where it's a little bit harder. So, because of that, that's a win, in my opinion, for, people that are wanting to be on YouTube. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to performance, and you got to make sure that you are, just making good content. So let's see here. Arcade Hollywood says, great setup. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Let's see here. Did you flex a bit? I did. I was like that. I was like, look at these guns. That was actually the first thing I said. She was like, hey, do you know what you want to eat or whatever? And I was like, I want these guns. That's what I'm wanting. I want you to see these guns. That's what I said. Gets them every time. No, I'm just kidding. That's a horrible. Yeah, that's like opposite of my thing. Okay, so let's see here. I've got November Rain stuck in my head. That's a great song. That was in reference to Glue Guns and Roses. Let's see here. Okay, so let me get back focused here and start answering some questions. I've been like a little bit all over the place for the last like 10 minutes. Okay, so how do you get your first $100 on AdSense account? Just keep putting out content, keep putting out videos, and people, as more people watch your videos, then you start having more monetized playbacks. So keep publishing on a regular basis and, keep learning the stuff in terms of, learning how to get people to click more, being more mindful about what you're putting in your thumbnails, being more mindful about your titles, and then paying close attention in your audience retention reports of how people are responding to your video content so that you can make sure that you are, that you're giving, good content to people. Because if your content performs, then YouTube will continue to show it to people. When they continue to show it to people, then you continue to generate money off of those videos. And it's crazy because, like, for example, let's see here. I've got, I'm going to go pretty far down the list here, but like, in terms of, like performance and all that stuff, like I have one video here, and I typically have like pretty low CPMs on my channel, but it's got like 275,000 views. So in terms of just ad revenue, this doesn't include anything else that I made on this. Like if it was a sponsored piece of content or if I, promoted anything from it or whatever, or if people clicked on the description links, it doesn't count that. But just this one video is like $1,300 that it's generated since it's been published. So, when it comes to, getting that first 100, you just need one good video. One good video to get, a nice handful of people to watch it, and you'll walk across that $100 threshold pretty quick. Okay, so let's see. Any advice on editing? Absolutely. So there is a YouTube channel. It's called Hellier, and I always forget the name. Hold on, I'll tell you what it is right now. If you just go to Google, you go to YouTube and you just put in Logan Paul's editor, he shows up. But he edits videos for Logan Paul and a handful of other large creators. Hellier Smith is his YouTube channel. Watch his videos religiously. If you're just trying to learn how to edit right now, just conceptually, he shares a lot of really great information in terms of things like, he doesn't believe that you should publish your first edit. So, he believes that you should, make your video and then watch it like the next day and see, with a fresh mind. Like if you get bored anywhere while you're watching the video to where you don't want to be watching the video, if so, then go in and start editing again. So, little things like that, just, concept wise, a lot of great information there, as well as just some step-by-step things as well. DJT, I'm doing great. Hope that you are also doing fantastic. Let's see here as we keep on going. What's up, Chris? Hope you're doing fantastic, man. Hope that you're doing great. It was awesome catching you guys on Clubhouse. So really quick, since he's in here, and I know Viper usually swings by, but he's not here at the moment. But they have a Clubhouse room that they do, and since Clubhouse is now open for everybody, it's called Coffee Time, I think. But every day, if you want to say in here the time that you run that, I think it's like 8 a.m. Eastern, is where they just go in there. They talk about YouTube and all things related to content creation. So definitely something to check out if you are in that time zone and you're wanting to you're wanting to pick up some information there on Clubhouse. Let's see here. Missed a few super chats, including Mysterious Husky. Okay, I will get into that in a second. How can I improve sound quality? So improve sound quality, a great way to do that is learn how to process your audio. Really good question. Improving your sound quality, learn how to process audio. The way that you process audio is you use something like Adobe Audition. That's a paid one. They have other ones that actually I had somebody send me a DM or a YouTube comment, I can't remember what it was, saying that one of the things, and I'm not going to say which one it is, just because I don't know this to be a fact, but they mentioned that one of the things that I recommended in one of the videos a long time ago was now known for having like spyware in it or something. And it was a free resource. That's the one thing you got to be careful with free resources, is that kind of stuff. But it was a free resource, but basically, and then I'll just use the Adobe Audition side of things. But with Adobe Audition, the idea is that you go in, you learn how to normalize your audio, you learn how to add some dynamics processing to it, you learn how to add some EQ, things like that, just to kind of give your voice more presence. That's of course going to help you with how your audio sounds. In addition to that, improving your sound quality. If you get a good microphone, or at least a good enough microphone, then that can make a big difference compared to just using the sound that you're getting inside of a camera, or the sound that you get inside of a phone. Even though a majority of the watch time on YouTube does come from mobile devices, so as long as it's good enough for a phone, then you're probably fine. But of course, always trying to make sure that you get things as good as you can is the win. But when it comes to improving sound quality, another thing that can be really helpful is a lot of people, they'll get cameras and microphone, they'll get all this stuff, and they'll be like, man, my audio still sucks. Like, what's going on? And what will happen is they'll mount their microphone on top of the camera, and then they'll talk to the camera thinking that's going to make a huge difference. But what they're not thinking about is all the additional noise that's being picked up in the room from their voice bouncing around. So it actually makes it sound pretty bad. So what you want to do in that case is you want to move the microphone from on top of your camera to as close to you as you can possibly get it. So for example, I could have a microphone, like when I'm making videos, I do, but I could have a microphone that's right here. It would actually be here, and you wouldn't even see it, but it would be really close, within that close to my face. But it would be, really close to me, to where the audio would be, nice and solid. So microphone, get it as close to you as you can, with it not being in frame for video content. Let's see here. As we keep on going down the list, we got Dr. Sten in the house. What's up, dude? Hope that you are doing awesome. So, okay. So let me jump into, what microphone am I using right now? So this is a Shure SM7B microphone. It says I looked in the description but didn't see a link. Yeah, it's a Shure SM7B, and the Shure is spelled SHURE. With this microphone, because it has this is made for this type of use case. You wouldn't want to have this on top of a camera or something like that, but for doing voiceovers, that kind of thing. If you're into music and you sing or anything like that, these are awesome for that kind of thing. But the negative side of this is, depending on the interface that you have, you might need to get something called a cloud lifter, which I have as well. The cloud lifter is going to add a little over $100 to the price tag of this. But what it is it's just a little box. It's about this big, and you plug one, because you have the XLR that's down here in the bottom. So you have that going out of the microphone, and then you plug that into the cloud lifter. And on the other side of the cloud lifter, that's where the signal continues, and then you plug it into your interface. But the cloud lifter gives you an additional 25 decibels of gain without adding any additional noise to it. So it's a clean signal, and that signal is it's just a louder signal. Let's see here as we keep on going. I guess I should put my gear list either on my website or on Best Creator Tools, just for, situations like this. Because I have my Best Creator Tools website where I list the things that I use and recommend. But I should put a gear thing in there too, just kind of showcasing some of the gear. So I'm going to try to remember that. Let's see here. Alex Tech and Gear, Gear and Tech says Audition is awesome for cleaning audio. Absolutely. Absolutely it is. Let's see here. So I use old OBS and let me see if I can actually find this in the chat here. I thought there was another one here that I don't see. So I'm actually going to have to pull this one here without it being on screen from a Trader's Journey. So let me answer this one real quick, and then I'll get the one here from Trader's Journey. But Get Business Credit says I used to use OBS on an old PC and brand new PC, but once I got the Shure SM7B with Cloud Lifter and Focusrite, still my voice is near none like whispering. Still my voice is near none like whispering. Oh. So you're saying that that you're just plugging all this directly into a PC. Oh no, you're using the Focusrite. So for a while, I used the Focusrite as well, and it was fine. So I'm not sure if there's, maybe the cables need to be upgraded or something like that for the actual XLRs. I'm not sure. But if it's still really quiet, then yeah, you definitely need to. There's a problem somewhere in your line, because it should come in pretty decent with your Focusrite. Because I have the Scarlett 2i2 and I have the Scarlett Solo. I use the Solo when I travel, just so I can keep everything moving while I travel. And with that, I use a similar setup, and it comes out fine. So one thing that you can do in your case, if you're streaming using OBS and doing it that way, it's going to be different. But if you do make recorded video, processing your video after the fact would be a win. If you do need to compensate inside of OBS, you can. If you go into your audio settings there, you can actually increase the gain inside of OBS as well. So you might want to try that if you are having trouble with your audio. Next up on our list, we've got a trader's journey. Says in Bangkok, oh man, be safe. Yeah, you guys are having some stuff going on, right now. I mean, the whole place is like, we're all in an issue right now, but you guys are really taking the brunt of it. I was actually there. I had to go there for visa thing. So I had to go there. I was there just a few weeks ago in Bangkok. It was right as this stuff was starting to unfold here. And when I went from the plane and I was that guy, right? I was that guy on the plane. I'm wearing like rubber gloves and like a face mask and, mask underneath that and like a full, thing. My girlfriend got these cool ones off of Lazada where they're like curved. It looks like something you'd see in Star Wars, but I'm wearing that with a mask and gloves and all this stuff. But anyway, I got off the airplane. And I ended up staying at the Amari there. That's like right at Dan Muang. So I got off the airplane, went right into the hotel room, stayed there until it was time to wake up and go to my immigration stuff. Woke up, straight to immigration stuff, straight back onto a plane, back. So yeah, I didn't get out and run around or anything though. But it says, how can I make more educational content more engaging and look for topics that haven't already been covered? So when it comes to educational content more engaging, when it comes to educational content, if you can mix in entertainment with the education, that can be really advantageous. However, some people don't respond to that. So if you are publishing content and you're going for like a younger demographic, then in that case, mixing in some entertainment to that educational content can be helpful. But if you're reaching an older crowd, then that entertainment might not be perceived as much. Experiment with both ways and see if people respond to it. But if you do mix in some type of entertainment to it, and by entertainment I mean just tossing in jokes here and there, or just being a little bit more animated, being a little bit, louder, being a little bit of a louder personality, so to speak, that type of thing can be helpful. But in terms of looking for topics that haven't already been covered, a really interesting thing is that, like, if you look at my channel, for example, right? Like, if you look at every other person who makes content like me, you'll see tons of overlap. Like, we all, there's certain videos that we all have to make on a regular basis, right? So we all make those videos. However, if you look at all the different channels, we all find little things that we can do that's a little bit different. I actually came up with a whole series for you guys this morning. I was having coffee and it just hit me. But I came up with a whole new series I'm going to be doing for you guys. But first, before I do it, let me just ask you right here. So actually, let me make a note so I can ask you that after I finish answering this question. Let's see here. Ask about series. Yeah, so you guys are here. I'm just going to get your feedback and just let me know if if it's something that you'll respond to, if it's something that you would find value in. But in terms of looking for topics that haven't been covered, so what you want to do is, of course, you want to do all of the things that people are for your type of educational content. You want to do all the things that the people that you're trying to teach need to know. You got to do all those things. In terms of the things that other people who make content like you, they're probably covering those things as well. But you make that content for multiple reasons. One, so that you can also be a resource for that. Two, because not everybody has seen all of the other videos that are out there. Three, you can also pull suggested traffic from all those other videos. So, because of that, you want to make some of those videos for that purpose. So it's not like, hey, I'm just, making this content to make it. You're thinking it through and you're like, yeah, a lot of people have this. So I'm going to do my version of it so that hopefully I can get, some of the traffic coming from some of those other videos, because YouTube tends to show, and they actually say that they show content that is topically similar next to other content, right? So, so that's why you want to make that type of content. But when it comes to the original stuff, what you have to do is you just have to dig into like your audience and things that they might care about and things that you can do that will add value to, to the people that are watching your content. So for example, I have a couple of videos on my channel. Actually, one of them is how many videos you need to make in order to reach certain subscriber amounts. So with that particular video, I was just sitting around one day and I was like, I wonder, if I can find the data for that. So the first thing I did is I hit up Tubebuddy because they have data for like tons and tons of channels. So I hit Tubebuddy up and I'm like, hey, do you have any data on this? And they're like, yeah, we'll actually, kick out a full report on like, it was a bunch of channels and we'll let you know, the averages for different channel sizes and stuff. So then I was able to actually put that piece of content together and, people really enjoyed it. So when you make original content, you do have that thing to where it's like, hey, this is something that's interesting for my community and it's something that nobody else has got, which is a win. Since then, some other people have made it, but that was like the first one. I had the to my knowledge anyway. I'm pretty sure that I had the first like mistakes, like these are the things that you're doing wrong content, and then now everybody does the mistakes content as well, including me. I continue to do those. And then I have another one about audience retention as well, averages for audience retention. But what you just want to start thinking of is like, okay, the people that come to me, there's like the core stuff that that they need to know. But in addition to that, what questions do I know the answers to that people aren't really asking, or that the people that are coming to me for information, since you're doing educational content, like if they're coming to me for information, then what are the questions that people are asking? What are the things that I'm seeing in the community? If I have on Reddit, what are the conversations people are having there? What are the conversations people are having in Facebook groups? Can I pull any video ideas from that? But in addition to that core content, you just start using, all of the stuff that about your community to start to slowly uncover like, hey, yeah, I think this would be interesting for the people that I'm trying to target with my content. And then you just start, kind of walking down that path. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's really hard to try to come up with something that is, completely original. So when you do come up with those, you're like, oh yeah, sweet. Like another one that I did recently was the, things that cause your YouTube channel to get deleted. I guarantee people are going to start making those videos as well because that video did great. So it's a piece of content that they can get suggested traffic from, and people that know how to leverage that sort of thing that are in my space, people will start doing that, and that's totally cool. Like that's just part of the game, and I'll do it to them too, right? That's just how it works. So just trying to be the first for some stuff is definitely something that you want to lean into, but basically just being embedded in the community. You guys always hear me talking about, with whatever type of content that you make, try to be embedded in the communities around the content that you make, because you get insights in massive ways into the way people think, into the problems that they have, into the things that it seems that everybody knows that you don't even need to make content about. You just get so much information just by being a part of the conversation around the type of content that you make, and being on the subreddits, being in the Facebook groups. Even if you're not dropping video links or anything like that, if you're just there being a part of the group, you can learn tons about the people that you are trying to reach with your content. Lawless Baron.
Welcome to the Nimminati.
Welcome to the Nimminati. Go to nimminvip.com when you get the chance. It's going to redirect you to our members only Facebook group. Once you're in that, once you hit that page, fill out all the information on the way in, because that's how I verify that you're a member before or at the end of the stream. Let's see here. So I am going to drop this in here. It's a little bit late, so I don't know if we're going to have many people come in. I'm going to drop it in here anyway, just to see. And then we will keep on trucking. So here's something I want some feedback on, if you guys don't mind. Then I got some other super chats here I'm going to answer. But in terms of a series, one of the things that I'm going to start doing is Invisible People. What's up, man? Hope that you're doing fantastic. I've actually been running into your videos quite a lot lately. You are crushing it. Way to go. Says, great setup. I've been so busy, haven't watched you in a bit. What curve monitor are you using? This is a Samsung G9. I just need to start putting a link down here for this, I think. But yeah, it's a Samsung G9. And just as a quick heads up, if you end up getting this, and I mentioned this earlier as well to get business credit, because they were also interested in this monitor. But if you end up getting this, there is a normal stand, right, that comes with it. You see that white bar going down right here. But if you do want to get a monitor arm for this, it's hard to find. They're back ordered, but it's one company that makes the monitor arms for this. And in addition to the arm, you also have to get an additional swivel that comes with it. It's an extra cost, but you have to get an additional swivel that comes with it because as you can see from up here, the center of gravity is, or the curve is crazy. So the center of gravity is weird once they put it on an arm. So because of that, the arms are, the arms are a little bit weird. So let's see here. So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So for the series, so the series that I'm thinking of doing, and you guys are going to determine if I do it or not, is going to be an app of the week, like a YouTube app of the week. So it's just going to be a really short video, and it's going to be focused on a specific app. And it's not going to be just like one app a bunch of times. Basically, it's going to be all because I was looking through my phone, right? I was having coffee and I was looking through my phone and I was like, man, these apps and these apps and these apps. I was like, I got so many things that help me with my YouTube channel. I should start sharing these because I used to do the app lists, right? Like 10 apps for YouTubers and all that. But I was like, you know what? I could just make it to where every single week I just do like a, app of the week for YouTubers. And that app of the week for YouTubers would just be focused on one app that will help you in some capacity on your YouTube channel. So if you think that that would be something that you would enjoy, just say yes in the comments. If you're like, probably wouldn't like that, let me know. And please be as honest as you possibly can, because I'm going to use this as part of the information to let me know if I should actually do that as a series or not. Let's see here. Today's app of the week is nachos. Daniel Batal in the house. What's up, man? Hope that you are doing fantastic. And I love nachos, by the way. Okay, so we have yes, sure, maybe. Okay, cool. Yes, not for me. I do everything on PC and not a phone. Cool. But even that, okay, hold on. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, yeah. So there's a really good chance I'll end up doing that. So even if you do everything on your phone, everything on your computer, little details as well, like Notion, Spark Camera. Like Spark Camera, just a heads up, like this is one of the ones that I'll talk about. But like Spark Camera, all it is, right, is it's your camera. And what's really cool about this is like if you're doing like stories or something like that, and you just kind of want to just, instead of recording and then editing, you can just hit this right here, and then you record a little segment. And then once that segment's finished, then we'll just turn it back over on you. And then I just hold that button down again, record for a little bit, right? And then now when I play this, oh yeah, you're probably not even going to see it. But now when I play this, oh, look what I've done. I did it now. But anyway, now when I play it, I don't even have to edit it because I just hold that down and it records exactly what I need while it's going. As soon as I'm done recording what I need, I just let off of the thing and then I just press it, whenever I want without having to actually edit anything. So, in terms of like making stories or just like real quick shorts content or something like that app, every YouTuber needs to know about that, for example. And a quick list for you guys, just if you want some really good apps, like right here, these are all awesome for YouTubers. If you want to screenshot that or something, YouTube Studio, YouTube, of course, YT Sticker, YT Tracker, Tubebuddy, Canned is great for writing in pre-typed responses. So for example, here, these are a bunch of pre-typed responses that I have. So these are just answers to common questions that people ask me. And it just makes it really easy for me to be able to send people to very specific things, right? Like I get a lot of requests for people to look at channels or videos. So I have a pre-canned response for that. I've got Twitter shares in there. I've got people trying to grow that are having problems. I got verifying channels on phones with like video links and stuff like that. But it just makes managing your comments really easy as well. If you're repetitive a lot in your comments. Let's see here. What else? The Spark Camera that I was showing you before, Notion is awesome for just, like screen cap and thumbnails that you see when you just happen to be looking at YouTube. If you look at it and you're like, wow, it's a really good thumbnail. I like this. So you can start collecting thumbnails that you would like for inspiration and that kind of stuff. Same thing with titles, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I got a bunch of just really useful apps in here. So I figured, hey, I'll start walking down this road. So yeah, this right here is the list. Somebody, Zeno, says, can you show the apps again? So here you go, Zeno. So if you want to take a screenshot of that, feel free. But I've got a lot more. So basically over the course of that series, they would essentially be 52 videos of apps that are cool for you guys. So, okay. So really quick, as we are moving on here, first off, Doug, thank you for the screen share there. I appreciate it with the call to action down there at the bottom saying y'all should be watching Nick with a link. I appreciate that, Doug. And also as well, Clementia says, watching Nimmin live. and waiting for it to finish so I can watch Roberto Blake's newest video. That's what I'm talking about. Showing some love to Roberto there. So she's got Roberto's video on standby while watching us here in the live stream, today. It's awesome. Love it. Absolutely love it. So, and by the way, that video is on how to get 4,000 hours of watch time. So for those of you that are, like new to YouTube and you're trying to cross that bridge, definitely check out Roberto's video, because I guarantee you, I haven't watched it yet, but I guarantee you it's going to be jam-packed with a bunch of amazing information. It's going to help you out. So, okay, let's keep on trucking here through this list. We got Zeno saying show the apps again. We got that. Okay, so that brings us up to date, I believe. And then we're going to keep on cruising. Photo Artistic says, good job, Nick. I learned from you how to make cool lower thirds. Super cool. Super cool. Love seeing that. Do I recommend using the app Dolby On? I'm not sure what that one is. I haven't seen that one personally, so I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm going to go back into the forum for one question, and then we're going to come back into the chat. So if you have a question, make sure that you get it queued up and ready, and then I will start pulling them out of the chat here again here in just a moment. So, excuse me, our next question.
If you're enjoying the show, remember to give it a thumbs up and share it with a friend right now.
Our next question comes from Astro Zio. Astro Zio does daily content. They do Minecraft gaming. The goal of the channel is to build a community and eventually reach 1,000 subscribers. My ultimate YouTube goal is 1 million one day. And the question, how do I sustain subscribers? Because I've gained like one every week. And a few hours later, I use the one that I gained. So when it comes to growing your YouTube channel and serving your subscribers, really it comes down to consistently putting out content that they enjoy. As soon as you violate that or you do something that is outside of that, then some people will unsubscribe. In addition to that, people unsubscribe for a bunch of different reasons. Maybe you'll say something in your video that triggers some of the people. Maybe you'll say something in your video that that offends people. In addition to triggering, you have the offending side. Sometimes people unsubscribe just because they subscribe to your channel and then they don't realize, maybe they watched one video, they loved it, but then they don't realize that you don't make content like that on a regular basis, and then therefore like YouTube shows them another video, they click on it, they come in, they're like, wait a minute, I don't even know why I subscribed to this, and then they unsubscribe. All types of different reasons that people unsubscribe to YouTube channels. Let's see here. As we keep on going through the list, we got Q. All right, that's good. I guess that's an open question. Spiddeck Chris has been implementing your advice little by little. Takes me a little while to learn as I'm so hard-headed and have been steadily gaining watch time. This is the real deal. Absolutely. Absolutely. How to get more subscribers by vlogging. What you want to do is you also want to make sure that you're being intentional about your topic selection when you're vlogging, because when you have a vlog, the difference is like, if you make content like mine, it's real cut and dry, right? Like, okay, this is what the video's about and we go for it. And it's clear because it's help content. It helps people solve problems. When it comes to a vlog, you're putting on more of a show. So because of that, then of course, just being, the realest version of yourself is the thing that you want to do so that people are connecting with you as the vlogger. In addition to that, you also want to make sure that you are being mindful about your titles, that you're not trying to write titles like you're Casey Neistat, because you're not. You want to make sure that you're writing titles that are going to help people be encouraged to want or compelled to click on your content. So instead of thinking like, hey, I'm Casey Neistat, so I'm going to write a title that says, I went to the mall. If it's Casey Neistat and his photos in it, people are going to click on it because they love Casey Neistat. However, if people don't know who you are yet, then you don't have that. So because of that, you have to make it very clear what your video is about, and you also have to be compelling, and you have to think about, okay, when I'm putting this vlog together, I need to make sure that I'm being intentional about the specific shots that I'm putting in here, that I'm just being very intentional about everything that I'm doing with my piece of content. Benji Travis, he was on here. He actually comes in here quite a bit now. And one of the things that he was talking about with their vlog channel, and I think they've got a lot of subscribers on it. Hold on. I think, hold on. I just want to give you this reference here really quick. So they have almost 2 million subscribers on their vlog channel. And one of the things that he mentioned is that, like he'll shoot like 14 minutes of footage, and his wife will end up using, like 30 seconds of that, that 14 minutes of footage that he shot. So being very intentional about all the content that you're putting out and making sure that you're being mindful about the experience that you're taking people through, and that you understand that, when you're putting out content as a vlog, like you're an entertainment channel. So, you want to make sure that you are leaning into the entertainment side of what it is that you're doing. RPG Authority, thank you for the super chat. Says, honestly, do you like doing these streams or just for us? I like it. Yeah, I like it too. It's good, man. I have a good time. I have a good time doing these streams. It's fun. By the time the streams are done, sometimes, like my brain will just be kind of like overload because I'd sit here and just throw information out for, a few hours. But then, I'll snap back shortly after that. But overall though, like I love just live streaming in general. And then I get the icing on the cake of that. I get to live stream and, help you guys out as well. So it's just like a double win in that situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just talking about this guy, right? I think his ears were burning. Benji Travis, what's up, man?
What's going on? Good evening. I actually was I listen to your show every Saturday morning. So, of course, I was intrigued by this question, and I was curious what you were going to say. And then I was honored that you brought us up. I'm like, oh, dang, Nucci, get me on the show. So I'm here. I'm actually getting ready for an earlier show today with Sean. Nice. We've got a busy weekend, but yeah, I just want to chime in on the vlog question. Obviously, you already referenced what I mentioned. When so me and Sean, we did this overrated, underrated series that we pre-recorded, and that's going to go up today as a scheduled upload. But I tossed him all the questions this time, and vlogging was one of them. And so I won't tell you his answer, but I would say that vlogging can be both good and bad. One thing to consider when you reference Casey Neistat, he spent years building up an audience that actually didn't care what the title really was. They were going there for him. He's already built that trust up, and they know they're going to get entertainment. If you're starting brand new from vlogging, it is very difficult. I know a lot of vloggers that have succeeded, but it took years of traction. I mean, you and I both probably would rather just start like I don't know, for you, maybe like how to rap and be a DJ channel, right? Or me, like, how to brew coffee. And we would
not start a how to rap channel. Like how to make instrumentals, maybe.
The value proposition is so clear. If you're going to just go all in with vlogging, one thing I have thought about is you definitely want to have these hook type of videos that are very specific, that tell people, hey, this is what you're going to get out of the video. But still vlog very casually, because at the end of the day, the value proposition, even if that video has a hook and has a point to it, the value proposition is you. And so all the vloggers I've met that started with vlogging became successful vloggers and are just like mega famous. They never forgot that their personality was what would keep them on the channel. So building up a library. This is the crazy thing about vlogs. Once you get them a few times, vlogs, especially if they're a little bit longer and every single second is entertaining, you could just be in, like, the algorithm will be in love with you, and they'll just keep serving your vlogs to people. I've noticed this thing, Nick, recently, and I was curious your thoughts. I'm seeing more and more YouTube's algorithm put out multiple options for the same channel. And I see this even more so on YouTube Shorts. And so the reason I bring it up in regards to vlogging, see, it is generally easier to make vlogs and like an edited banger that, we're trying to compete against other videos. So having that big library of content that's very similar to even the hook videos of your vlogs. I know I'm getting real technical here, but I was just curious your thoughts on that, because the algorithm is getting more and more like TikTok, where it's like, we really want to keep you around, so we're just going to give you like exactly what you want.
Yeah, I think it's great. Like I at first on the shorts, I thought it was a little bit annoying because I wasn't getting a lot of variety. Like I was getting, like for example, like on this computer, because I use Logic Pro over there, but on this computer, if I'm just messing around, I use Fruity Loops. And because of that, I'll watch some Fruity Loops content. For whatever reason, there's this one channel that YouTube is like, hey, you have to watch this channel. And I just wouldn't, I was just like, nope. And I would just skip by them, all the time. But no matter what, even my short shelf, right? Like when I would see that, it would be, like 4 videos from like that person from that channel. And I was like, come on, give me a break. Finally, I watched it. It's good stuff. But, I ended up watching it. And then after I watched it, oddly, it just kind of, went away, and I don't really see him that much now. But, during that initial time when people were first starting to, flood the short shelf with content, this dude was just putting out a lot of content, I guess. And YouTube just really thought that based on some of the other channels that I watch, that I was, wanting to see a lot from him. For some
reason. Doesn't surprise me that YouTube is doing that. By the way, I just recently had tons of TikTokers and YouTube Shorts creators here in my studio. We're hanging out at my house, and these are people with literally like 1 billion views, multiple billions of views. And they were basically schooling me on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. The algorithm is different for Shorts than regular YouTube. And this is why it doesn't surprise me that they're like trying to force this, because what they're trying to do, and you might be an outlier, Nick, because you understand this, but most people, once you get engaged into the Shorts world, they got you, right? And you might watch 20 minutes or 30 minutes, and you might come back, and putting out the winners. It's kind of like this. If you were going to have a horse race and you had 10 horses, right? As a owner of horses or whatever, and you wanted to guarantee you're going to win, are you going to put your like best horse or your first best horse? And that's how YouTube Shorts and TikTok is. Like those platforms, and even YouTube Shorts is a different platform than regular YouTube. They're putting out the winners. And there is a downside to this, but it's also good to be aware, if you're a creator of short form content, that they're really picking and choosing who's going to get the exposure. And it's like old school YouTube, where I remember Philip DeFranco, still for me, he's always on my feeds. But back in the day, because of the clickbait strategies, just king of awareness, king of exposure. And YouTube Shorts is like that. And it's almost as if out of necessity, they have to compete with TikTok. One thing I love about YouTube in the past few years, I actually learned this from YouTube employees when I went to the headquarters. One of their metrics that they use to determine should we promote more of this content is satisfaction. So satisfaction is a little bit different than audience view, like audience retention, which you would think it's both the same thing, but no, positive satisfaction. So it's easy to watch something that's like political and like you're just angry, so you watch a whole thing just yelling at it. That isn't what they would call satisfaction. They want to know, like, is this actually putting good things in your life, and you will want to stick around on the platform long term. YouTube Shorts, it's like drugs. They just want to throw whatever's going to get you addicted. And this is why you're seeing, and for anybody else watching, why you're seeing YouTube Shorts force you to watch these content creators. And what I'm getting, Nick, is when I watch certain creators, I'll see so there's usually 3 suggestions for YouTube Shorts. The first 2 will be that creator I had just watched. That's mind-blowing. And this is why volume is the name of the game with YouTube Shorts.
I'm trying to find here on my phone. I just recently took a screenshot so I would have a mobile view of it, because I've got them for the computer view, but I'm looking for the mobile view just because I have it right here in front of me. I was watching a video from Roberto, and of course YouTube followed up like a day later. And they're like, hey, how did you find this video? How satisfied were you from this content? I'm sure everybody here has seen the surveys, but I was just going to show it just in case people haven't.
Yeah, while you're looking for that, when I was at the YouTube headquarters, I was with like OG YouTubers, new school people. They had a whole bunch of Instagram influencers, and it was like an hour-long presentation. And they went through the history of the YouTube algorithm. It was really insightful, and it's interesting because they were one of the first platforms to go more towards audience view duration, right? Audience retention, viewing sessions as a metric to determine, hey, should we put it out? And so this satisfaction one was a like big head scratcher for everybody, because what is satisfaction? And that was when everything changed for me. And this was like almost 4 years ago when they started implementing this. And for anybody listening, this is stuff that I just don't ever hear from YouTube. I don't hear any other experts talking about this because, again, how are we even supposed to define it? But what sets YouTube apart is they are a long-term thinking platform. Even though they're competing against TikTok, they're not so worried about the short-term stuff. And so that survey you see is a direct result of that principle that they want as a guiding light. Because what they know is, okay, let's just say this, Nick, right? I'm sure there's some
find that screenshot, by the way.
I'm sure there's some.
I can't find it. Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
I'm sure there's some things, Nick, over the course of your lifetime that you've been addicted to, right? Especially if it's a negative one. Would you tend to lean on the side of trying to quit that addiction and be removed from it? Or do you think you want to have that addiction around for the rest of your life?
Well, like coffee, this would be like an addiction to where like I would say that I'm mentally dependent on this a little bit. Like if I go without coffee, it doesn't really impact me. But in my brain, I think like, oh, hey, I need my coffee. So therefore, I would say that I'm addicted to coffee. And
then let me ask you this, okay? This is actually a good discussion because it's going to all make sense for everybody. If you start drinking 10 cups a day and it affected your mental state, you were having withdrawals like within an hour of not having coffee, would you say that you need to taper down?
Totally.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Versus say you got addicted to something like salads, probably not going to happen, but say you did.
I actually am addicted to salads, not physically, but I'm always like, oh yeah, I got to
so brain, this is great. This is actually great. Would you ever taper down salads or quit salads?
No. I did find though, one thing that I did find though today, and I actually found this on my phone today, is I was just curious about Rocket, right? Like the Leaf, Rocket. And I was like, I like, because my girlfriend started making the salads with that. And I was like, let me just do a little Google search. And it's funny because I found one article that says that it was like helpful for like, preventing cancer. And then underneath that, another article saying that some study in like Britain or whatever found that it actually, helps like invite cancer in or whatever. Or that it had some chemicals in it or whatever that kind of helped, facilitate. I was just like, oh, come on. Like right on top of each other. Like, what do I do in this situation?
We could go for an hour talking about like how the internet ruins health. But generally speaking, most people know that more vegetables in your diet is good. And this is actually a great comparison. Coffee towards salad. Okay. You'll never quit salad. You never tell yourself, I need to eat less salad because you know it's good for you. Right. And it's great that you're enjoying it. And I'm like, if I go to a nice restaurant, I'm ordering a salad because their salad's going to be 10 times better than what I can make at home, right? So with coffee, though, you would taper down. This is what YouTube understands as a platform. This is going to sound really controversial. TikTok is a coffee. You do too much TikTok, you're like, what am I even doing with my life, right? Like, especially if you go into content that's just not really feeding that soul of yours, that's going to like be productive, that's going to help you. Don't get me wrong, there's a place for entertainment, but we all know like too much is going to take away from doing something that we need in life. YouTube wants to be the salad. They want you to always feel like this is actually good for you and there's a balance to it. And so YouTube is really interesting. And this is why YouTube Shorts is contradictory to this, because they're going straight for the addiction. They're give you all the candy, all the coffee, all the ice cream. And I was just curious about your thoughts because this is kind of philosophical. At the end of the day, when I upload a video, I'm like, do people want to watch this, right? But this algorithm, if you understand this concept of satisfaction versus just attention, long-term, it'll serve you well.
Yeah. And I think also, like that's where things like, returning viewers, like that's why they give us that now, like they've been tracking all that stuff for a long time, but in terms of like what they give us, giving us the returning, viewers is definitely something that is also, a part of that as well. The surveys, that kind of stuff. But on the addiction side, like YouTube used to be that thing. Also, like it used to be the TikTok, right? In terms of like you would go and you'd start, because we just weren't used to consuming content like that before. So it's like, you would go and you just click on thing after thing after thing. Next thing you know, you're in some like conspiracy hole and you're like, how did I end up here? Like, what's
the result? What's the result of that? If you go into a conspiracy too deep and you show up at like a Trump rally and something, you're like, what am I doing with my life? You'll probably stop watching YouTube.
Yeah, should probably eat more salad. Yeah.
So that's why this is a big deal. This is why I go on a rant about this. And this is why, in fact, it gives all types of content a chance, because what is good for us is going to be dependent on what we need in our life, versus the addiction side is there's a small group of niches and genres that are going to win. And this is what I think the masters of YouTube are going to do. They're going to go this route of addiction for YouTube Shorts, give you exactly what you want. And as more creators start creating content in different niches, different perspectives, they'll start mixing it up, right? Because they know this. They, like you said, I think that's the greatest point you made in regard to what I'm saying. YouTube used to be the addiction platform, and now they're like, okay, let's throw in a salad bar, let's like have a buffet, let's have some options over here, let's make
we
it
still got coffee. Yeah, but we still got coffee.
They got coffee. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, if I like just research Logan Paul's video, right? Logan Paul, okay, this is another crazy thing about Logan Paul. Logan Paul is like the entry to that world of rabbit hole viewing, because I will watch one of his videos and things that I'm not like interested in at all will just start popping up. But I get curious. I'm like, somebody crashed their Lamborghini, like on purpose. Okay, all right. Somebody jumped over like a dynamite stick. Oh, all right. This is what I'm talking about. And so YouTube, they also play this game as well. But having a huge library of very similar value proposition types of content will serve you well over time. So know that when you're first saying, I want to bring it back to the audience here. I didn't mean to get on this rant, but
honestly, great. This is great.
If you're just starting out and you know that you have a value proposition that your content will help somebody or entertain them or keep their attention in a positive way, and you're struggling initially to get that momentum, just know all those videos could literally lead to massive amounts of views a year later, 2 years later, maybe 3 years later. You just have to have that one hook. You have to have that one viral video or that one that takes off. And remember, at the end of the day, all those videos you upload, practice for the real game. And so I can't say enough how important consistency and practice and progress really is.
On the side of practicing for the real game, one of the things that I think, everybody here should also make sure that they are focused on as well is, a lot of people when they're getting started, at least based on the feedback that I get, you probably have similar stuff. Like they'll make content and then they'll take the approach of, well, I'll get serious about it once, things start going this way, or, I'll start doing things better. I'll start paying better attention to my analytics once I start getting views, like that kind of stuff. And the approach that I recommend that people take is like, imagine that every single video that you make, that you have 100 or not 100, but that you have like 1 million subscribers already in your YouTube channel. And that every single video that you make, you're held to the standard of somebody that has 1 million subscribers on their YouTube channel. Because if you keep walking down that road, then if you have you'll end up with 100,000 subscribers, 500,000, 1 million, whatever. And those people are going to be watching that video that you make today if you just started your YouTube channel today. So because of that, every single piece of content that you put out needs to be for, you need to put everything you got into trying to make that video as good as you possibly can, because when you are at those milestones that you're wanting to reach, people are still going to be watching the videos that you're publishing right now, even if you just started your YouTube channel.
I can give an example that everybody watching this stream can relate to. I watch your stuff religiously every Saturday morning, partly because I know that you invite me and I want to be ready, but also I just really value insight and perspective. Throughout the week, Nick, I'm getting suggestions of your content in my suggested feed from 3 years ago. So just know, anybody watching probably understands this if you're a fan of Nick's, but know that because Nick held that standard to himself, maybe without even knowing it, 3 years ago, a video he made like in 2018 is getting a view from me, or at least getting a chance of a view from me, because I watched.
And you better be clear. It better be a view.
Because I watched his 6-hour broadcast. And so YouTube knows, like, hey, Nick is a winner. If he's getting people, and I'm curious, I don't know if you share this, but what is like the average view duration of your live streams right now?
In terms of total view duration here, like
No,
Vlog
average view duration of like an average, it can be ballpark.
usually 12 to 15 minutes.
So 12 to 15 minutes is a lifetime on YouTube, especially considering no editing, right? It's fairly casual. It's very informative, very good. But like it's a Saturday morning show, like 12, 15 minutes. Most people on YouTube, and this, I mean, let's not even talk about YouTube Shorts or TikTok. I mean, you smash those people's average view durations, but still that's a big deal to YouTube. And so when you have a video that is edited and is highly produced and is very focused and planned out, it's more likely that you'll get a higher like average percentage viewed. I'm getting all mixed up with my things on those videos, just because you already convinced them like, hey, I'm worth 15 minutes of your time. You know, let me give you a banger 15-minute video.
Absolutely.
Anyways, bro, I gotta go, but I want to take a question before I do. Sorry, I just had to jump on here since you mentioned me.
Oh, good, man. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. So, quick question: if I did an MMA boxing discussion and gaming channel, would it be okay if I have more serious discussion videos, but have more of a personality in my gaming videos?
So I would first say this: when you're starting out a channel, ask yourself, are you doing it this way because you see some other creator doing this, mixing up the niches, mixing up the topics? Realize, like, I think of Joe Rogan, right? Like, he has these interview shows, he does MMA viewing. I mean, like, it's all over the place. But when he first started out, it was fairly focused, but also it took him forever to get to that point where he could just talk about anything. If you really want to succeed on YouTube, in the beginning, it is good to focus on the one niche that you feel you can add the most value in to the world. And then, so that's not even answering the question that you're asking. I'm just trying to maybe step you back so to have a great start. Now, yes, you can do what you just asked. Absolutely. But the algorithm is still a machine. It's still a robot. It's going to take a while for it to figure you out and figure out that you have these different types of uploads. And in fact, it's going to have to find somebody that likes those kind of things, that this mixture of like personality and one's more informative. My suggestion is go all in on MMA first, right? Or go all in on gaming first. That's what I would suggest, rather than maybe starting two different channels. Nick, of course, I always will love your thoughts.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you just said. So that's definitely a win. Like when it comes to like mixing your personality into anything, definitely do it, because that's one of the things on YouTube that keeps people coming back. So, you know, for example, when it comes to MMA content, like there's, you know, hundreds of channels on YouTube, if not thousands of channels on YouTube, you know, in different languages and stuff that talk about MMA. So because of that, people have the option to watch any that they want. So there's going to be people that, you know, for the content that you start adding your personality to, you're going to have people that are going to be like, wow, I really like, you know, this, you know, how this person talks about MMA, and how passionate you are about it, or whatever it is, you know, your points of view about the things in MMA. That's going to resonate with people. And when you start adding your personality to it, that is the thing that will keep people coming back to you versus other content. And I don't mean coming back to you in terms of like, oh, hey, here's a video from them, I'm going to click on it on my homepage. Like there's that, but then there's also like, oh, hey, this is happening in MMA. Let me go to LJ64 and see what his thoughts are on this drama that's happening right now in MMA, or this fight that just happened. I want to see what his thoughts are, because I resonate with him more than anybody else. So, you know, adding your personality is definitely like a power move when it comes to YouTube, because, you know, that's one of the things that keep people coming back over and over again. Because, you know, like when you are like, you know, same exact thing goes for like vlogging, for beauty channels, for cooking channels, everything. Like when you have the personality that you can add to it, there's going to be people that come back for the content, and then there's also going to be people that come back for the personality, and then there's going to be the people that come for both. So, you know, when you are not adding your personality, you're removing the possibility of the people that are coming back for the personality, and because they just like you and the way that you do your stuff. So.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, but YouTube, and just like anything in life, it's like school, right? If you're the kid that has the amazing personality and just knows how to entertain, you're funny, you're going to probably be the popular kid. And you can literally be anywhere in the school and people are going to pay attention. Versus maybe you're like kind of a weirdo. I was a weirdo, right? I was talking about different things. I was interested in different stuff. I was more entrepreneurial. I didn't care about having fun. Takes a while for people to realize, hey, Benji's somebody I want to talk to or whatever, right? Like literally, it probably wasn't until after high school people realized, oh, Benji actually knows a thing or two about this thing that's actually interesting to me. And so for YouTube, if you're going to lean on your personality, you got to make sure you know for sure that your personality is something that people want to watch. And guess what? Usually the views and the audience retention will tell you that. And if you have that type of personality, PewDiePie is one of those people, right? Joe Rogan is one of those people. Then you can literally do whatever you want. But that is a select few of people. And I would argue, Nick, that you are somebody that I feel like you could talk about different topics and I'd be interested, but it takes a long time, even for them and you, to get to that point. And this is why with YouTube, let's just go back to the school scenario. You got to be the classroom that you know this is what you're going to get, right? And if you're that classroom and that's the topic you teach, like you said, that person that wants to know your perspective on this topic, well, guess what? If they go to your channel because they want to get your perspective on MMA, but then you're talking about Smash Brothers on Nintendo or whatever, and they're like, this wasn't what I came for. This is why Nick was like, you better click on my videos, Benji, because that is what YouTube's going to see, that I didn't click on the video or watch a lot of it. And slowly it's a ding. Slowly it's going to get people uninterested. And so, you know, cream rises to the top. So focus, even for the seasoned YouTubers, is important. But to get to the elevated level of like my personality is enough, it's a small batch of people.
So Serendipity Bakery says, I'm a huge fan of your channel, Benji. Found you from watching the show weeks ago. So then got a fan hanging out. That's awesome. So next up on our list, we've got there's a super chat that I missed here. Let me go down and find it. The Mysterious Husky says, is it worth it to get someone like Fiverr to help me set up my channel and maybe help edit my videos? Would that help me make higher quality videos that would get more views and higher retention rates? So here's a problem with that. And I'd love to know your thoughts on this, Benji. I know you have to go, but just really quick. So my thoughts on having people from like Fiverr do your stuff is they don't know anything. They don't know, like, you know, just as much about YouTube as probably the person that's doing your stuff. So because of that, like, you might as well just do it yourself, in my opinion. Now, if you're using experienced people, totally different. So for example, if you need thumbnail help, like custom thumbnails or monster thumbnails, like they have experience. So because of that, they have, you know, like the people making the stuff, they are intentional about the decisions that they're making when they're making your thumbnails. With VidCharge, right, for video editing, like with us, you know, it's all intentional. Every cut is intentional to try to keep people watching for longer periods of time. So like when it comes to doing all of this stuff, you know, using experience is really important, because if you just hire somebody off of Fiverr to make like a channel banner, doesn't matter, right? Because then it can be like, it's good enough, it's fine, whatever. But when it comes to getting people to click on your thumbnails and getting people to watch your content for a longer period of time, like, you know, if you're going to hire somebody from Fiverr, really good chance that you would do just as good as that person from Fiverr. So, so because of that, you know, for those types of things, I would go with that, with companies that have experience, or people that have experience with monster thumbnails, for example. Like, they work with like tons of different YouTube channels, so they have a lot of data behind what it is that they're doing. Custom thumbnails. I think Justin's got 600,000 subscribers on his channel, I believe. So like, he knows what it takes to you know, get people to click on stuff. So, you know, because of that, you know, using professional services is the way that you want to go, even though they're going to cost you a little bit more.
Yeah, and I do got to go real quick. I actually am going live in like a few minutes on video influencers, but this is what I would say to that. And what you're saying is absolutely true, Nick, and more so today than ever before. YouTube is an intimate thing. Not only do you have the connection with the audience, but you have a connection with your content. And because of that, you understand the relationship between the title, the thumbnail, and the content. It all has to dance together. And if you just isolate each one of those and they're not talking to each other, like these are different people doing these services, that disconnect can ruin your video. It can ruin your chance, like, of a good idea getting out there. And the most simple way to put it is street food. I'm sure most people love street food, right? And so like there's a guy that's in a cart and he does everything. He does everything. It might be a girl, right? It might be a lady that's been doing it for 40 years. She knows how to make those tacos better than anybody else, okay? It's because she just does everything. Like her whole world from the time she wakes up to the time she goes to sleep is all about these tacos, okay? And that is what YouTube is about. Versus you go to the fine dining establishment, yeah, it might be different people on different parts of the restaurant. So there might be a front of the house guy that's making sure everything is all set nice, the dining room's, like pleasant. Then there's the chef who's coming up with the recipes. And then there's the actual line cook that's actually cooking it. And then there might be somebody going to source the food or whatever, right? Now that works if you hired those different people out, but it takes a lot of money. And those people, if they're good at it, they want to get paid. So the reason Nick and I would be saying in the beginning, especially just do it yourself, is because it just doesn't make practical sense for most people, right? But even if you get to learn. Oh, yeah, dude, the instinct you will get by being the taco stand person initially will serve you even when you do go to the point, like Sean would be a great example of this, because I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with Think Media, Sean Cannell, when he was the taco stand guy for me, by the way, right? In the beginning. Now he's got a fine dining restaurant and he has different people, but that instinct never left him. He knows what it's like to run the stand all by himself. So when he's hiring the chef or he's working with the front of the house manager, he knows exactly what to tell him to do. He knows what he needs to look out for. And so there is almost like this requirement, because literally every single YouTuber that's ever been on your channel that, people are a fan of, all had the taco stand season, I would argue. 99.99. The only people that aren't are like Tony Robbins, Gary Vaynerchuk, but guess what? They got a lot of this. And those people around them, they're getting paid good money. Hey, Nick, sorry I took up so much of your time.
Oh, great, man. I appreciate it. Have an awesome show. I'm going to be closing this down here in just a few minutes. I have a couple super chats after that. We'll be sending people over there that way as well. So any of you that are interested, feel free to head over that way now. I just have a few more super chats to answer here, and then we're out of here. So if you guys want to head over there, I'm dropping another link here. Benji's stream in the chat. So Benji, have an awesome stream. You guys have a good time over there. And thanks for coming on. I'll see you soon, my man.
Join the Nimminati.
Yep. So let's see here. So really quick, let me get through some of these additional super chats as well. But really quick, one thing on the side of, like using Fiverr, just to keep going on that for 1 second. So I went through the process recently of hiring. So those of you that are here a lot, that I have my clips channel. And for me, it just doesn't fit that well into my workflow to do everything there. So I'm like, okay, hey, let me pull in a channel manager and let me start, hiring people to make thumbnails, because I already have somebody, cutting the videos up. So I'm like, so I can just kind of automate that whole thing over there, and I can be kind of hands off. So right out of the gate, the person that was helping on the management side, like they were fine. They did everything fine. But I started trying to use like different thumbnail services and things like that. And with some of them, and I've got a few more to try, but with some of them, like they were making just huge, obvious, glaring mistakes that I could see just because of the experience, to where like with them, it was just like to them, it was good enough. Like they thought they were nailing it because it looked good. But in reality, the messaging that they were using in the thumbnails, it just wasn't there. And, some of the things actually from a design standpoint were off a little bit and things like that as well. But it's really important to make sure that if you are hiring somebody that like if you're going to Fiverr, like I said before, like in a situation like making thumbnails, like you'd probably be just as good doing it yourself. But try it. You could of course try, somebody, you might find somebody good there. But that understanding of making sure that you're putting the thumbnail together the right way is going to make a huge difference when it comes to people, clicking on what it is that you're doing. So I just wanted to make sure that I stressed that again. So let's see here. So our gaming, we've got that one. We got yoga, got Christina. Mysterious Husky says, my super chat you missed was about using Fiverr or something. Okay, so we got that one. We got the mobile sports. I think that's it. Oh, okay. Fred D. Got it. Says, my other channel does not cater to folks in my home country because of a different language. Should I change my country in my Google account for YouTube to show my vids to folks from other countries? No. So if it does not cater to folks in your home country because of a different language, then it should be putting that content in front of the right people for the right language, right? So what you want to do is in your settings, when you upload the video, they have an option right there to say what language it is. So make sure that you are selecting that language option so they know, who it is that what it is that you're speaking in the video, so they can show it to the right people for that language. In addition to that, I also recommend captioning your videos as well, so that it also helps just add that extra layer of clarity for the language that is spoken in your video. Next one we have is Sketch My Story. Says, I have trouble finding collabs because a lot of the people I contact don't understand the power of doing it. I animate people's story times and promote their channel. What's a good way to find others? So when it comes to finding other people, hold on, let me see what you're doing here. I'm trying to load your channel up. But when it comes to having trouble finding collabs, like there's tons of power in doing it. And unfortunately, when it comes to collaborations, a lot of people only look up. And what I mean by that is people will be like, oh, well, I'm not even going to collab if it's somebody that also has, only 100 subscribers or only 500 subscribers. Like I want to collaborate with somebody that has a bunch of subscribers so it'll grow my channel. That's what the majority, I won't say the majority, that's what a lot of people think, when in reality, collaborating with people that are similar in size with you is fantastic because you're going through the learning curve together. You can share ideas, not just with the videos that you make, but through the friendships that get developed through doing your collaboration. So, you guys can bounce stats off of each other. You can do, like if you are, having trouble with like your editing software, your cameras, or like whatever, like when you're doing collaborations and you start creating those relationships with other content creators, then you have all of these different people that you've collaborated with or that you've built these friendships with that you can, reach out to, when you're trying to, uncover stuff or just trying to understand something better. So because of that, Professor Nez in the house. What's up, my man? Hope that you're doing awesome. But because of that, yeah, collaborations are great. But if people don't want to collaborate, don't worry about it. Like, for the people that you're reaching out to, just keep doing your thing. And eventually people will catch on. And when people catch on, just remember the people that turned you down, and you're going to have that call on if you want to, collaborate with them or not. Let's see here. Okay, so we've got that, and then let's see here. Get Business Credit says, how are people showing you photos during live stream? Also, I think two or three missed super chats. So for the super chats, I think that I just finished the list there. And for the photos, those are actually coming from Twitter. So those come from Twitter, and I have my Twitter feed open right here. And I actually have another one to share right here as well from Motaz Zone. Let's go ahead and put this one up on screen really quick. Boom. Yeah, so like with this one, showing the shot there with me and Benji on there as well. So thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. But basically with these, all it is I just use StreamYard, share my screen. Within sharing the screen, I just share that tab. And then when I share that tab, then I have that photo full screen. And then that's how I get that in there. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out in the stream today. I hope that you learned something during the live stream today. I hope that, that there's been some type of value that you've gotten today, through all of the information that we've shared. And there's something that I say at the end of every live stream is, I know a lot of new people are in here. So if you're just getting started, there's a lot of tons of information shared during these live streams, and it might seem overwhelming. It might seem like you have this huge hill to climb, but I assure you that it's not a huge hill, but there's definitely, some things that you definitely need to, just make sure that you're paying attention to, and some skills that you're making sure that you're, in the process of learning. But when you hear all of this information thrown at you, if you have something that resonated with you to where you're like, you know what, I never even thought to look at that, or I didn't even know that existed in my, like an audience retention report or my analytics, like if I didn't even know those things existed, like go and find out what those things are, right? Like just write down a thing or two, take a note, write down a thing or two that you want to like really dig into over the course of this week, so that you can, get familiar with the different things that we share on these streams. Then feel free, of course, to join us, same time, same place, 9 a.m. Eastern next Saturday as well, because that's when we get started here. So again, let's see here. Doug says that I might have a few more. Let me refresh the page. I just want to make sure that I'm not leaving anybody out here before we close this down. And A plus Russian says, my shorts getting views, but not subs. Any advice? So that's the thing with shorts. I mean, you can get a lot of subscribers from them. But the thing with shorts is you definitely want to make sure that you add some type of like little call to action, maybe just like a little arrow where you don't even say anything. But while you're, going through your thing, you just have a little animated arrow that just kind of goes like this and points down to the subscribe button, just some type of nudge to, to just bring awareness to people to subscribe. But one thing with shorts is it's so easy to just go like this, right? You can get a lot of views because people are just going like this, but for people to engage enough to where it's like, oh, this is good, I want to subscribe, that's something else, right? So because of that, for the people that are watching your shorts for long enough to see it, having that little arrow with a little, button or a little point to that subscribe button is a little nudge to remind some of those people. Let's see here, timestamps. We've got that one on the timestamps. Collabs. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do. I have some from Get Business Credit too. So Get Business Credit says, last question. I have 2 banks and one other business app that next week is paying a sponsor fee. Do I need to turn off ads for paid sponsored videos? You don't have to. Some people do. Some people actually have that in the contract. Some people do. Some people don't. In a lot of cases, I've actually never had on my channel, I've never had a sponsor say like, hey, we want you to turn off ads. So I usually don't on my side. But I know that some people that I've worked with in the past have had contracts to where they're not allowed to show, they have to turn the ads off. So it really comes down to the company that you work with or just how you do it. I know my brother, now that I think about it, I think he just does not by default. So I think the videos that he has sponsored, if I remember correctly with him, he just doesn't turn the ads on for those particular videos because he's getting paid for them up front. So, it's just all, the approach that you take. If you are going to turn off the ads and you know that, then I would make sure that you let sponsors know that. But, with the ads, like in reality, I missed the rage. I'm not sure what that is. But in reality, like people are going to get through that before they, get to the video anyway. And most people will end up, clicking past that and actually going into the video. So it's really not that big of a deal. Let's see here. Yeah. So I think that's it. So everybody have an awesome rest of your week. If you've joined the membership, I'm going to be letting you into that right here in just a few minutes. And everybody have an awesome rest of your week. Stay safe out there. Make sure that you're having a good time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I will talk to you soon. See you next time. Actually, you know what I'm going to do?
Thanks for watching Nimmin Live. Remember to check out our sponsors and other useful resources in the description below this stream. See you next week.
Oh, hey, and really quick, remember, for those of you that are still hanging out, remember Benji's and Sean's stream that are going on. I dropped the link in here earlier. I'll actually, really quick, while you're still hanging out here, I'll actually go find that right here as well. They're starting, they're actually premiering it in 45. Oh, wait, no, they're not. They're live too. Here they are. Yeah, they're live right now. So let's see.
What's up, influencers? Welcome.
Boom. So yeah, so here is Benji's stream. For those of you that want to head over to that, they are live right now. All right. So we're down to 95 people right now. So I wanted to wait until we got under 100 for this. For those of you that decided to hang out, anybody here want to I'm just going to pick one person and I'm just going to give you some feedback on your YouTube channel. Now, keep in mind, if I'm giving you feedback on the channel, a couple of things that that we're going to need here is one, you have to be somebody that uploads on a consistent basis. It has to be pretty obvious from the outside that you're putting like real effort into what it is that you're doing. But if you are wanting me to take a look at your channel, just go ahead and just say me, and I'm just going to randomly pick somebody here, and then we're going to pull up somebody's YouTube channel. We're just going to give some feedback on the YouTube channel. So we're going to start here with Observer 1 was the first person here to mention it. So I'm going to try to find your channel here really quick. And then let's see here, Observer 01, the Observer 01. Yeah, we might do another one too. So we'll see. 209 videos. Yeah, you're absolutely going for it. Okay. So let me isolate this window here really quick so I can make sure that nothing else ends up popping up. Excuse me. So Share screen. Yes, a little bonus here for those of you that that hung out. So let's see here. So for there we go. Okay, observer. So right out of the gate, right here in the channel, I would definitely make sure that you're putting like an actual value proposition here. Some people are going to land on your channel page. They're going to know, they're going to come from an actual video. So they're going to have an idea that you have one video on something that is, educational. So what you want to do here is you want to reinforce that. So instead of having subscribe now, knowledge is power, which is, it's clever, but it's not clear. So what you want to do is you want to go for clarity in this situation. And you want to put something along the lines of, okay, so instead of subscribe now, knowledge is power, if you're doing educational content, it can just be something like, helping you understand, what is this? Let me see what you're doing on your About Me page. Hold on. All about knowledge. First, make sure you fill out your About Me page. Like you do not want to do this kind of thing in your About Me page. Actually put like a couple paragraphs in here talking about you, talking about your content, that kind of stuff. But then the actual value prop here, if this is all education, then in that case, what you want to do, on my end, the first one that I saw was the observer, get business credit. So, but what you want to do, get business credit since you're a channel member. We actually do this in the membership side. So once you're in the Facebook group, and I just added people, so you might have been on that list already. If not, make sure that you go into that Facebook group, because every Thursday I go in there and I look at channels. So so you definitely want to make sure that you're a part of that if you want the feedback on the channel. But so first thing is I would just basically take your entire channel and what it is that you offer, condense it down into one as few words as you can possibly use value proposition to let people know that, that you have an entire channel dedicated to this educational content. In addition to that, you have here, if you look at your thumbnails, like you're just filling these with text. This one actually isn't that bad, just because you have the focus on Albert Einstein, and that by itself, should draw the attention of people that are into anything, related to, education or knowledge. That will, at least pull their attention and let them know that this is something that they might be interested in. But in terms of best practices, this is a lot of text on your thumbnails. So because of that, I would try to reduce this for any thumbnails that you have a lot of text on. Going with something like this is definitely something that is a better approach. When possible, but in some cases, adding text is something that can add just a little bit more oomph to your thumbnail. So I would definitely start grouping these together. Like one thing that you'll notice on your channel, let me see here. Yeah, you have some here. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, but right out of the gate, you have some here that don't have text on their thumbnails, but they're not on topic. So I wouldn't use those. But for any of the thumbnails that you're making without text on them, I would start grouping those in your YouTube analytics, start grouping these together, and then grouping together the ones that have text in the thumbnails, and just start to uncover over time which ones people respond to best on your channel. Same exact thing, like these breaking news videos, I would put these into their own category as well. But one thing to keep in mind is serving a particular audience. This is really important on YouTube. So when it comes to, I need a graphic actually, Heidi, that says something about like the after stream. I'll just make a banner about it really quick. This is the after stream party, just doing some random extra stuff. Scroll across the bottom. Let's see how that goes. Bam. Okay. So let's see here. So to get back on this really quick, so I just want to make sure that I got that in there. Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, the observer one. So but what you want to think about, right, is you want to think about your YouTube channel as a resource for a certain type of content. A really big mistake that I see here is that you have this content here that is relaxing sounds, right, where it's these really long videos of relaxing sounds. I think that if you're going to start going in the direction of this educational content, I would take these off of your channel. I would put these on a completely different channel. I'd remove them here and then upload them to a completely new channel that is nothing but relaxing music and sounds, right? So then that way you're creating a channel for this content. And then the people that are into that, this is a good fit for them. For the educational content, you are creating a channel for that so that the people that are into educational content can add value. Because the problem that you're having And the same thing with this food content. So a problem that you're having is you're not committing to anything. So when you are pushing up content, like if you look at what you're doing, you have, a bunch of food videos, and then you did that for a little bit, and then you changed to just doing shorts for a while, and then you changed that to more food videos, and then to the relaxing stuff, and then now you're doing, some more educational related things, mixing in some news content. So what you want to do is you want to say, okay, I'm going to dedicate to a certain type of content on my channel, and I'm just going to ride that out for like the next year. And I'm going to see if just serving that particular audience that's into this type of content, if that ends up being effective for me. Because the way that you're doing it, you're putting yourself into a position to where your channel isn't a good resource for anybody, right? So what you're doing is you're just kind of throwing a bunch of different things out there, but not really making a good core channel or good resource channel for any type of content. Like the big win on YouTube is when you can get people to connect with you. But in addition to that, the big win on YouTube is when you are when you turn your channel into a resource of content that is a perfect fit for a certain type of viewer. And the reason that's a win, just so I can explain this out, the reason that's a win is because let's say that I come in as a new viewer. Let's say that I come in and I watch this characteristics of truly intelligent people. Let's say I watch that video. When I click on that video, I'm like, man, this is great. I love this. I love how they explain this. It made it really easy for me to understand. This is an awesome piece of content. I'm on board. I want to go watch more. And then I come here and I'm like, I land on your channel page. And I'm like, okay, cool. Here's some more, right? And then I go to your videos page and I'm like, okay, here's some, but wait a minute, what's this? Oh no, that's not. Yeah, that's not what I'm wanting to watch. Let's see here. What relaxing sounds? This doesn't make any sense. He's actually only got a few videos here, or they only have a few videos here for what it is that I'm actually wanting. So what can happen there is you can cause people to not see the value in your channel because you're not specific to things that they're interested in. What you ultimately want to make happen is when people come and watch one video in your channel, you want them to be able to watch any other piece of content on your channel and it be a good fit for their interests and what it is that they're doing, or what it is that they're interested in, what it is that they're coming to your channel. So when you do that, what you can do is you start creating binge watching, right? So when you create those binge watching sessions, that's when things really start going awesome for you, because when you're creating those binge watching sessions, then YouTube, start showing your content to more and more people, because as people start coming into your channel for content, they start sticking around, they start watching more. And that's exactly what YouTube does, or what YouTube wants. Hold on really quick. I need to make a disclaimer here. Since this is an extra. Okay. I just want to put that note out there just so that I can make sure that all of that is known as well. So actually I got to turn that back on. Can't make it and then not turn it back on. There we go. Okay, so hey, welcome, Coin Pusher King. Make sure that you go to nimminvip.com. That will redirect you to the Facebook group. There's for you and for Get Business Credit for both of you. So when you go into the Facebook group, there's going to be announcements up at the top. You want to go to announcement number 7, and you're going to see a post. It just says like members only live stream. And then within that post, you're going to see a bunch of channels listed underneath that to where people are asking a bunch of questions. So what you want to do is you want to go and you want to put your channel there and then ask a question specific to something that you're trying to fix. So just like, hey, just look at the channel. That's really broad. So it helps make the stream more efficient when we're in there for the members. It helps make everything more efficient. If it's like, hey, give me some feedback on my titles or my thumbnails or, my intro, like that kind of stuff. So we're doing the calls on Zoom now as well, instead of it just being a live stream. We did that for the first time last week, and it was awesome. Or this week, actually, I should say, and it was awesome because then we were able to start getting some like immediate, feedback and all that good stuff, which is great. Okay, so those are some things that I recommend for you. And let me make sure that I mute this really quick. And then a few other things as well. That was pretty cool. Disaster regular basis, research advance. Good. You're filling out some of this. That's good. Join the channel, also good. Knowledge is power. Popular uploads, fantastic. Okay, good. Yeah, I was just making sure that you're using this, right. So other things that you can do as well, if you're not doing, if these aren't linking out to, because it looks like these are just going to video. Oh, this one's going to popular uploads. Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say, make sure that you're linking out the playlist down there, because this is exactly what you want to happen. And another thing to think about too is, instead of thinking of linking in your description, instead of linking to popular uploads, instead of taking that approach, think to yourself like, okay, I'm not going to link to popular uploads. Instead, what I'm going to link to is I'm going to link to the things that the person that watches this video might be interested in. So for example, Earth has pulse every 27.5 million years that brings eruptions and mass extinctions. First off, on the compelling side, this is more of like a news type of thing. Like I would workshop your titles more as well. So like here, this would be something to be more compelling, right? It would be, like, this happens to the Earth every 2.75 or every 27.5 million years, like clockwork. And it could be devastating, right? Like that's a more compelling title than Earth has a pulse every 27 million years that brings, just on the readability side. It's just more compelling. And it's just, shorter and just easier to comprehend, right? It's easier to read through. But down here, the things that you're linking through, just think to yourself, like if somebody's watching this about Earth, right, or about science related things, then here you'd want to make sure that you're linking to science related or planet related or solar system related playlists versus just a random, popular uploads that might not resonate with the people that are watching this video. Another thing as well, awesome to see that you're getting some good feedback here. But in addition to that, I also recommend that you pin a comment here, driving people into a specific playlist as well. So at the end of your video, I'm going to assume that you're using end screens. You are. So here, when you are putting these end screens together, like here you have latest uploads, and you have this one right here, which might be the best for viewer option. What you want to do is you want to be intentional about what it is that you're driving people into. And the way that you want to think about this so that you can get those binge sessions is you want to think about, okay, the person that's watching this video about Earth, what other content do I have on my channel that the person who would watch this would be inclined to watch if they see it listed here? If they see the thumbnail here, like, would it make them click on this? That's the way that you want to start putting your playlist together and your recommendations on your end screen. You build it all around the relevance of the viewer and what it is that they clicked on. Because here's the idea. When somebody clicks on a video, they click on a video because it's interested them in some way. It could have caused curiosity. It could have been something outrageous. It could just be something informational. They're like, oh yeah, I would like to know this. So like what happens there is, as soon as somebody clicks on your video, they're qualified, right? They're qualified. Like you found, hey, this is something that they're interested in. So what you want to do is you want to carry that ball for as long as you possibly can. And what I mean by that is you want to say, okay, if this is what they're interested in, how can I make it as easy as possible for them to find more content on my channel that fills that thing that they're interested in? So that's why you would want to think, in this case, since this is about the Earth and things that happen to the Earth, is you would want to make it Earth related content or planet related content or solar system, depending on the angle that you took with this. You want to make it something like that, so that the people that you've qualified as being interested in that because they clicked on this would be likely to watch these other set of videos. And that's what you put into your end screen. But you want to put that in your end screen. You also want to put a pin to that playlist right here as well. And in order to pin that, you just write out a little message here that would say something along the lines of, hey, for more, for more videos about our solar system, click here, and then you'd put a link to your video there, and then, or your playlist. And then over here, you see this little menu over here on the side. All you do is you click that, and on your end, because it's on your channel, you're going to see an option here to pin that comment. And then you pin that comment because this is all about, like, the big picture is you want people to click and watch your videos, and get satisfied from the content. But then there's all of these little details that you can also do that can also encourage people to watch more content. And all you do in that scenario is you just make it easy for them. So by pinning that comment, you just make it easy for them to find more content from you that they enjoy, because they've already proven to enjoy this piece of content. So hopefully that was helpful. Let's see here. So I'm going to do another one here really quick as well. So let's go ahead and just say me, and I'm just going to pick a random one here, and let's see what we got. Hey, White Nose Studio, what's up, man? Hope you're doing great. And really, I would prefer this, you know, because like channel members, like you guys get it in the members area. So I'd prefer if this was, you know, just somebody that didn't super chat, you know, just somebody that's just like, hey, you know, just I need help. Like I would prefer, I'd prefer that. So let's go with A+ Russian. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Fit Dad Chris, and then we're gonna do A+ Russian. And then I just got to make sure I can find everybody here. Let's see here. Fit Dad Chris. Fit Dad Chris. I don't think this is you, is it? Hold on. Is this? No, that's not your profile picture. That's not you. Okay, here, hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I don't think you probably saw the look on my face. I'm like, yeah, this is. Let's see here. Let's go to channel. Let's look for your picture. Get business credit has the sad face. Yeah, here's the thing is like, oh, okay, there we go. That's why. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, the thing is like, you know, like with these streams, like a lot of super chats come in, a lot of memberships, stuff like that. And there's some people that they either just like can't, or they just don't have the ability based on country or things like that in order to be able to super chat or anything like that. So, so I'm just taking this moment to give those people a shot at, you know, at just getting some, you know, some feedback as well. So let's see here. So I got you now. I found it. Okay. So Fit Dad Chris. So right here, I wouldn't even worry about putting the subscribe thing up there because, you know, it looks like a button. So I would take that off of there. I would take off your Instagram and your TikTok. Just being like just completely upfront with you here, which I hope that you would appreciate. Like this actually junks up your channel. Like by having the subscribe thing on here and then these just like not even fully cut out like icons and things like that, it actually kind of cheapens the channel. So I would definitely get that stuff off of there right away. And if you're going to put anything up here, I would hop on like Placeit or Canva or just anywhere, you know, there's phone apps that you can use for this too, but I would just use like some cool, you know, fitness imagery. If you want to put yourself in there, that's cool. But then I would also, like I would use like a cutout version of yourself. I would just try to make that look as nice as you can, because when people land here, and this also comes into play in the future, like when you have companies that are looking into you to possibly working with you, you know, with, you know, to bring attention to their fitness content or their fitness products and stuff, you know, like what people see here creates an impression. So you want to try to make this as good as you can. This type of thing is one of those little details that ends up, you know, like when it comes to companies and things like that, it just represents you in an awesome way, where if you can make that looking good, it'll represent you in an awesome way. If you can't, then it kind of, you know, it kind of makes it look a little bit unprofessional. So because of that, I would definitely redo your channel art. But here's the thing though, like out of everything that I'm probably getting ready to tell you, that's probably going to be the least important on the list, because like that type of thing is one of those minor details, but it's not going to be something that's going to like, you know, make your channel blow up or anything like that. Whereas some of the other things that I'm going to mention can definitely help you get a lot more views, or, you know, just help you get more, you know, activity on your channel as a whole. So let's see here as we keep going down. I'm going to skip past the shorts. But one thing, hold on. Drop step squats till you drop. Robots in disguise. 4th of July gym fail. Why you do not wish you were taller. 60-second pull-up push-up challenge. Yeah, other things to think about, like when you're writing your shorts titles, is like this kind of stuff is fine. Like, you know, it can definitely get views. But like, you know, drop set squats till you drop. Because they're going to see like imagery, right? They're going to see, you know, YouTube will probably do like a screenshot of like something like that. So, you know, like with the actual stuff on you. So because of that, and as soon as they're scrolling through, like they're going to see, you know, whatever it is that you're doing. So, you know, when you're putting your titles together for this, also experimenting with things like, you know, like, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe that I did this many, or, you know, I've never lifted this much weight before, or, you know, something like that, to where, you know, like if somebody sees something happening and then they look down at that title, it's like, oh, I wonder if they're able to pull this off. Or, you know, you want to kind of give them more, instead of just saying this is what the video is, you also want to build in like a reason to keep watching the video as well. And that's really important on the short shelf, because there, you know, people are just scrolling through, right? But when they scroll through, you want to be able to grab their attention there with that title to give them a reason to keep watching your video. In addition to that, and this is another thing that this is a minor detail, but can add up to a lot of watch time later, is you also want to get more of your content under your channel page as well. Again, that's not going to be something that's going to move the needle for you right now. The video content is, but this is just an optimization thing that you want to make sure that you have covered so that you can make it easy for people to find the content they care about. Inside of your Creator Studio, you can go into a customization option, and then that will allow you to add sections here, and you can define these into, like, let's say, here you have like shoulders, chest, tries, and shoulders, right? So if you have that as like a thing where you're always talking about, like if you make videos about like, working out your chest on a regular basis, then having a playlist that is chest, chest workouts you can do at home, right? And the reason you would make your playlist title that way is because you would also want to make your playlist title intriguing. So you wouldn't want to just put chest. You'd want to do like chest workouts you can do at home, so that you can, if that playlist ends up getting recommended by somebody, or not recommended by somebody, but if it ends up being recommended next to another video, or if it ends up showing up in search, it's more compelling, right? Then if you just put chest, that could mean anything. But if you do chest workouts you can do at home, then all of a sudden it adds detail and value to that particular playlist, right? So you want to make sure that you're thinking about that. In addition to that, hey, thanks, Pamela. I appreciate that. In addition to that, hold on. Why I had to drop Trin. John Meadows responds to my question about high blood pressure, hypertension. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. I'm guessing that's an insider thing for like the fitness folks. I'm not sure what any of that means. But one thing that you want to think about is, if you are doing fitness content, the people that are probably going to be watching your content are people that are probably trying to figure out how to work out, or, get past the barriers that they've had, like if they've plateaued in their workouts. So I would also make sure that you're thinking about that kind of thing when you're writing your titles. So like, for example, me, right? Because I've actually been looking into like some like home fitness related things and stuff like that, because we're building like a little area downstairs for that. So, just because we're getting ready to slide into like they're already doing it in Bangkok for the quarantine, but that's going to be happening here too. But basically what you want to think about is in situations like this, and this is the video that I'm talking about right here. So what you want to think about in situations like this is like a broad audience. So like if you are, this one might be a little bit different because this one is, hold on. Yeah, because it's actually about a person too. But what I was going to say is like one thing that you just want to think about is like where possible, just think, okay, I want to make this niche specific in terms of it being about fitness, or you said this is performance enhancers. So I want to make this about fitness and let people know about these, performance enhancers. But one thing you want to think about is like, okay, I can say that by, using the actual name of the performance enhancer, which is fine. Or I can go a little bit more broad. And if you had somebody respond to your question about high blood pressure, then, then making the thing about, the high blood pressure supplement or whatever it is how you might want to frame that video. So it would be like, my experience with this, and then John Meadows responded, with, this performance enhancer or whatever. And then, John Meadows responds. That one's kind of like a outlier. So I'm actually going to skip that one. But the idea is just, you want to try to think of how you can frame this in a way to where it's just a little bit more broad. Do I get it this time? 495 pounds, pulling 5 wheels, 495 deadlift, 5 plates. Okay. So like in this one, it's a short. So we'll skip that one too. But basically what I was going to say, like with this, this is all about just like you doing your thing. But if it was a piece of video content, not a short, but if it's a piece of video content, you want to make this about the viewer. Support your chest, tries, and shoulders. So in terms of optimization or just best practices, YouTube put out information probably about a year ago now, saying that they have data that suggests that people don't click on videos that are all caps in the titles as much as they do with title case or just regular written out sentences. So because of that, I would make sure that you are just applying that best practice and that you are not using all caps in your titles, and that goes for everybody here. And just a heads up, like if I'm not looking at your channel, look at your channel while I'm looking at this one, and as I'm saying these things about this channel, just think of how they apply to what it is that you're doing as well. Let's see here. At-home chest workout, no equipment needed. So like at-home chest workout, that's cool. No equipment needed. That's also cool. But also, you can also get away with a lot of stuff. Like here, one thing that I would do is I would test, right? I would test this thumbnail right here, this at-home chest workout, torch your chest, shoulders, and tries. One thing that I would test there is I would test like, hey, let me do another thumbnail to where it's just showing where it's just showing, like the chest, since the whole thing is being focused on that, to where it's just showing the chest and there's like no text at all. So then in that case, what you have is, like the chest would grab the attention and then they would drop down to the title to see that. And then they would realize that, hey, this video is about, how to actually, get that chest, right? Hold on. Let's see here. Sure you can, or you can use what you have at your disposal. As long as your doctor is monitoring, you'll be fine 99 times out of 10. Wait, steroids and okay. So that's a side conversation there. So yeah, Daniel. So basically what I'm doing right now is I was just like, hey, like I'm just kind of chilling. So I'm going to just come on here. I'm just looking at just a couple of channels. And then we are like, I'm doing this one. I think I'm going to do like another one, maybe one more after that. I'm not sure. It depends. It's like 11:46 now. So I'm going to give it just a little bit longer here. And then I'm going to head out. But let's see here. So yeah, so you want to make sure that you're doing that. Also, like when you are putting your titles together, and this is something that I've been running into a lot lately, and I'm not sure what's causing this, but one of the things, like what information that people are getting that's causing this. But like one thing that you're doing right here is you have like torch your chest, try shoulders, no equipment, beginner, intermediate, home push, workout routine. So remember, when you're on YouTube, like writing a title is what you want to do. Because here, right, you have like, torch your chest, tries, and shoulders, right? There's one. No equipment. So you have like a compelling element in there. And then beginner, intermediate, home push out, workout routine. So you have like, two titles essentially in here. But what you ultimately want is you want to have one really well thought out title. So here, instead of torch your chest, tries, shoulders, no equipment, beginner, intermediate, home push, workout routine, one thing that you could do is back on that chest thing that I was saying before, you could have it to where you had like chest, and then you could just have like no equipment needed, right? And then that could be the text in your thumbnail. And then for your actual title, you could do, how to, let's see here, beginner, intermediate, home push, workout tutorial. So home push, is that like push-ups? Is that what that is? So here, doing like, what could you do here? So if your title said no equipment needed, you have a picture of a chest, then something that you could do here, let me get my notepad out just so I can kind of mentally work through this. So something you could do here could be like, let's see here. Focusing it on like, that'd be upper body. Like if you're doing chest, tries, and shoulders, so that'd be your tries, shoulders, and your chest. So that would be upper body, I think, right? So if it was upper body, then if that would be upper body, which you can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but like, upper, easy, hold on. Let's see here, upper body, okay. Upper body, this upper body, and I'm just kind of, spitballing this right now with a tired brain, but we'll see what comes out. Upper body, chest, this upper body chest, workouts, the body workout. Torch your chest. So just as a heads up, so like when I write titles, just as you hear me like working through this in my brain, like when I write titles, like I don't just be like, hey, this is the title and then I'm done. Like I'll do what I'm doing like right now. So basically so far, I've just got the two lines. So I have like this upper body chest workout, and then this upper body workout is kind of where I'm at right now. And like, I'll just keep, just going through these until I get to something where I'm like, yeah, this might be a good fit. So this upper chest will, I'm just going to put torch your chest right here because we're in brainstorm mode. And there's no wrong answers in brainstorm mode. Let's see here. This upper body workout will grow your chest guaranteed, going off of a Brian G. Johnson video that he put out recently. So like here, right? Like this upper body chest workout will grow your chest guaranteed. You maybe put a hyphen or whatever, work on the punctuation on that. But like in that case, like if as a fitness channel and from your own experience that this chest workout will grow their chest or will tighten their chest or whatever it is, then, like this upper body workout will tighten your chest or grow your chest, whatever, guaranteed. That's a really heavy value proposition. It's intriguing. And you also have, upper body chest in there, upper body workout. in there. You have grow your chest in there. How would people be looking for this? This is other things you want to look into. So here, upper body workout. So other things here, let's go at home, no equipment, upper body workout at home with dumbbells. That's not doing much working out. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Hey, my upper body is just not working out too good. Ding dong, ding dong. Hey, Kitty, what's up? Nice to see you in here. We're just doing like an after stream kind of hangout here. So, so basically I went kind of dark and then opened it back up to, just for the sake of this, for the people that were hanging out, you know, for after the stream. So upper body workout at home, no equipment with dumbbells for beginners. You know, that's good. That's always good. Home with weights. So that's just A. Let's go to B. Upper body workout beginner at home. Okay, so now we'll keep on working on this title. This upper body workout is guaranteed to grow your chest, to tighten your chest. We'll just say grow your chest or pecs. Let's put a hyphen pecs there or a bar pecs. For my own thoughts, this upper, okay, now without saying this, we'll just say upper body workouts, make it shorter, guaranteed to get results. Boom. Everybody worked out, guaranteed to get results. Upper body workout guaranteed to get results. To get results. Get you results. But then you're not being specific to a tightening or strengthening or whatever, because it's doing all of those things. Oh, you say you're understanding what I'm saying now. Okay, so I have to keep going on that. Yeah, so so basically the idea is that you just kind of keep workshopping through it. So kind of my thought process, you know, as in the brainstorming mode was like, hey, okay, upper body chest workout. This upper body chest workout will torch your chest, using your language there. This upper body workout will grow your chest guaranteed, because I was trying to be, okay, how can we make this more compelling? This upper body workout is guaranteed to grow your chest or pecs. Upper body workout guaranteed to get your results. You know, like basically what we're doing is we're just going through and we're just kind of trying to flush that idea through. And just try to get as many variations of it as possible, so that you can, you know, end up with something where you're like, yeah, I think this is, out of this entire list of titles that I've written, I think this is going to be the one that's going to be the best fit for the video. It's advantageous. A little pro tip for everybody here that's still hanging out. It's advantageous to do this before you even make your video, so that you can make sure that you can frame everything properly. And then, you know, how I'm always talking about how your topic, title, and thumbnail are part of your hook, right? Because that's the promise that you're building before they click on it. This right here, if you do this part first and you get that packaging together first, then you can make sure that when your video starts, that you're delivering on exactly, you know, how you're putting this together, and you can be mindful about how you're packaging your video while you're making the content, right? So, but basically the idea is that you want to work through all those thoughts, and then you want to try to condense the title down into as few words as possible, but still be compelling about it. And then you also want to define, like, why is it that somebody would like it? So as an example, right now, as we're working through this, we have, you know, upper body workout guaranteed to get your results. So the upper body workout part is for at the close to the front of the title. So one, you have the imagery of your chest. So that's, you know, already going to grab their attention. And then you have upper body workout. So right there, you have, you know, the thing that person, you know, might be interested in, that would, you know, cause them to be able to identify that it's something that they care about. Then you have guaranteed to get your results. So then when you put that guarantee on there, it's like, okay, well, you know, this video is actually guaranteeing that I'll get results, even though I've tried a bunch of stuff. Let me give this person a try, right? So then what you're doing there is you're basically defining, this is the thing that's going to help people identify it's for them. The guaranteed to get your results thing is the thing that I think would cause somebody to click. You know, that would be that thing that might push that person over the edge if just the upper body workout didn't get them, right? But other things that you want to think about too, just as some side information here, is you also want to think about when you're writing titles, you want to think about things like, okay, when I'm writing this, is there a way that I can structure this title to where I have multiple keywords or multiple keyword phrases, but still have it as one title? So like in your case, like if you did like, you know, upper body workout for beginners, guaranteed to get your results. that are guaranteed to get you results, or just guaranteed to get your results with a little bar. Then in that case, what you do is you have upper body workout, you have body workout, you have upper body workout for beginners. So then what you're doing is you're actually taking that one opportunity of that title where you would have, typically one opportunity, and you've added multiple keywords or multiple keyword phrases that are relevant to the video that then also, will help you out, long-term on the discovery side of things as well. So that's kind of the idea that you want to, do there. So there was another one here that I was, A+ Russian. That's what it was. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Daniel Batal, great suggestion here, says, consider adding the amount of time the workout takes, such as 10 minutes upper body workout without weights, that kind of stuff as well. Excellent suggestion. Anytime you can connect time to it, make this in under this amount of time, or, do this in just 10 minutes a day, like that kind of stuff. Definitely advantageous. A+. Okay, got it. Okay, A+ Russian. So I'm on your channel right now. Bam. Okay, so right here, play, achieve YouTube. So, oops. Let me go back. Okay, so right here, I have no idea. From this, I have no idea what it is that you're doing on your channel. So same exact thing. Again, this isn't going to be something that's going to move the needle for you, but this is going to be something that you need to do eventually for the sake of just increasing the clarity from your channel. So what I mean by that is when somebody watches a video, they come to your channel page, you want to make sure it's clear, that they understand what it is that they're going to get from the channel, and that they can quickly, without a second of thought, identify that you have an entire channel full of the type of content that you have. Next on the list is, I see here that you have... Yeah, because you're teaching Russian. I don't know if you're teaching Russian or you're teaching English. So since you are doing all of these in English, I'm going to guess that you're teaching Russian. Because like I see up here, you have like Russian for the subscribe, and then you have Russian, or then you have English for the subscribe over here. So one thing that I would do in your case is I would definitely be very cautious about, how sharp is your Russian? Yeah, so you're teaching Russian. I would be very cautious about adding Russian characters to your title. That might end up causing, I'm not saying that it will, because I'm not 100% sure, but just based on how everything works on YouTube, this could be something that could end up causing your videos to show up in the wrong places or in front of the wrong people, because you are mixing the language in the title. So I would just be really careful about doing that. I would use that sort of thing for, like, I'd put it in your thumbnail maybe. But even with that, because YouTube is literally, their system looks at thumbnails and it pulls information from the thumbnail as well. So I would just be really cautious about doing that type of thing. Like, for example, because you have here that you're using English letters, but like that right there, here, let me zoom in on this just so you can see what I'm talking about. Like this right here, like the X, that's English. This right here, I'm not sure what that is unless it's a comma after that. And then you have this one right here as well. So yeah, like with some of these, possibly, but I would just be really careful about what you're doing there. But if we get past that part though, and we start going into the actual, title, this is another one to where, you just want to try to make it, having the lesson there, I think that's okay for your type of content so that you can over time kind of build a course out of your YouTube channel. But one thing that you want to do is when you're coming up with your title though, I would make this one title. So instead of how sharp is your Russian, ? Some other characters, and then alphabet for beginners, I would work on this title to where, in all of your titles, to where you're focusing it on one thing, right? So because of that, I would definitely just kind of rework your title, just rethink your titles for your future content, and think, okay, how can I make this one title instead of trying to make multiple titles out of one title? So that's what I was saying with the last channel too, with Chris, is that that I'm seeing that a lot with people just adding like a bunch of titles to what it is that they're doing instead of just focusing it on one thing. In addition to that, hold on, learn sounds and games, start reading for more fun and easy lessons, use what already know in English, subscribe to Russian. Okay, so here, another thing that you want to do, especially right now while you're getting started, this is always important, but it's especially important when you're getting started, fill out your description. When you fill out your description, first off, you want to make sure that you have some type of keyword. So here, you're going, how sharp is your Russian? And then you have alphabet for beginners. So one thing that I would also do is I wouldn't worry about putting A+ Russian at the end of your title. But one thing that you might want to do is where you have like, lesson 9, like Russian language or Russian language class or, something like that. So that you're always having the Russian language as part of your title. So that's always part of your, metadata. I would definitely do that because then what you're doing is you're basically telling YouTube in every single video that this has something to do with, Russian language. So then, that can, it just makes it more clear on, who this could possibly be for. So if somebody's Googling or they're on YouTube looking for Russian language or learning Russian language, then if you have the Russian language in your content, it's going to help YouTube identify that your content might be for those people. But the same exact thing goes with your description as well. Make sure that you are targeting some type of keyword or keyword phrase, or that you're at least adding them to your descriptions, or to your titles, and that you're also repeating those down here. You don't have to necessarily target search, but when you are putting out this type of content, just including those things, can make a really big difference in terms of the system understanding immediately at the time of publish, like what this is about and what's going on and, who this might be for. But you want to make sure that you're doing that and adding those things to your description, but also fill out the description, just a paragraph or two. YouTube recommends 2 paragraphs, but fill out your description with a paragraph or 2, just letting people know, like this is what we're talking about in the video, and maybe explain the problem that people have or any challenges that they have when they're trying to, sharpen up their Russian or, whatever the video happens to be about. Previous 3 letters, our alphabet playlist, fantastic. Learn, play, achieve. Yeah, like the learn, play, achieve, I wouldn't even worry about that. What I would do is I would do like hashtag Russian language. Let's see. Hold on really quick. YouTube.com. Hashtag Russian, learn Russian maybe. Yeah, so what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to actually like do some research to figure out the best solution for this. But yeah, okay. So if I put in learn Russian, then we see here that there's some older content. We've got this live stream that's happening right now. But we've got a bunch of different stuff up here. So for the stuff, for the sake of possibly getting your videos to show up here, learn Russian is going to get you a lot further with the right audience, which is really important when it comes to growing a YouTube channel and just getting that, initial momentum going. Making sure that you're always hitting that right audience. But this is going to bring a lot more benefit to you using that hashtag, if you're going to be using hashtags, than just a learn, play, or achieve, right? So these are cool for like maybe your community tags or something, but I still wouldn't use them. I would just use learn Russian language learning, but I would do research like on your end to figure out, the ones that, people are looking for the most, or the ones that you think you have the best fit for possibly popping up on. And I would start using those hashtags instead of these hashtags. So yeah, so that's some tips for you as well. And then we're gonna do one more because right now it's 12:03. So let's just do one more, and then we'll call it a wrap. So just say me. Again, for channel members, because I look at yours in the membership area for this, I'm basically trying to do these that are not super chat, that are not channel members, for people that either don't they just can't, or they don't want to, or they just don't have the ability based on where they're located to like super chat or do any of that stuff. So let's see here. Mind of Nick. How can I not do that one? Okay, so Mind of Nick. Hug your mom and your dad next time you see him for naming you in an awesome way. Let's see here. Mind of Nick. Okay, 9,000 subscribers. Good. So we're already on a good path here. Okay, Mind of Nick, right out of the gate. So you've got 9,000 subscribers on your channel. That means that you've had activity, or you have some activity on your channel. You need to get more content on your channel page, because what you want to do here is you want to make it easy for people to find the content they care about. So in your case, this is something that should, if you start doing that and you start doing some of the other things I'm going to suggest to you here in a bit that you're probably not doing. If you start doing those things, you'll start seeing results like immediately, not immediately, but over the next like 28 days, you'll start seeing more watch time coming in and a bump in views from getting more content on your channel page organized into a way to where, like, for example, let me see the games that you're doing. Fortnite stuff. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Fortnite. Okay. All Fortnite. Great. So then in that case, like if you have like, like different seasons, no, you wouldn't want to do that because then it would become irrelevant. So then in that case, let's say you do like, okay, these are map update videos. These are, basically just think, okay, like the people that are watching my videos, you know, okay, you got new skins. That's one of the things that you're doing. So then there, you know, you could have like one playlist that's like skins. You could have another one that is, you know, updates. You could have another one that is, you know, if you have any that are like specific, you know, like tips or tricks or anything like that, do that sort of thing. But I would definitely make sure that you're doing, that you're getting more content onto your channel page. One really quick. Oh, you're just on Fortnite. This is great. Okay, so let's see here. Streamed 8 months ago. 14 views. These are all streamed. These are all older. Live event. Yeah, you kind of can't go wrong there, I think. So I understand because my girlfriend and I play Fortnite all the time. So I understand that these were pretty big deals anytime that they do these. Forever challenges. Okay, so here, this one, the Fortnite Wakanda Forever challenges. So any type of challenge videos, I would definitely make those on a regular basis for sure. Just for the sake of, you know, like if those are, you know, videos that have brought in more views, I would definitely make sure that you're doing those on a regular basis when possible. New season. Of course, you're going to be hopping on new seasons by default because you're already doing that. So that's a win. So with the amount of subscribers that you have versus the amount of higher view count videos, I'm guessing that a majority of them probably came from just these right here, is going to be my guess. But some things that I would do is one, I would go in and I would look for things like this, like your challenge videos. If you have more of these, do these consistently get, you know, some more views than the other ones? I would also go into these because a lot of these are live streams too. Wait, they're all live streams. Are you just streaming? No, there's some video content too. Okay. Shorts though. Okay. So you just do streams or shorts is what I'm picking up here. So, okay. Yeah. So then in that case, streaming, hold on. Let me go back into recents. So another thing too, just really quick, something I just noticed is it looks like you've changed. No, you still got that on that as well. So I was gonna say, it looked like you changed how you're doing your thumbnails, but it's fine. Okay, so one thing, if possible, I don't know if this is gonna be possible for you or not, but since you are doing stream, and you are doing like an occasional short, one thing that I would recommend to you, if you can, if you can't do it in video format, I would do it in live stream format, but I would definitely introduce some shorter form content to the channel. And by shorter form, I don't mean like shorts. I mean like a 10-minute video or a 10-minute live stream that would share very specific information that would help people do something in Fortnite. So for example, you know, like a building, you know, like how to build stuff in Fortnite, or where, like in the most recent update, like where are you know, like where are specific guns, like where can they find specific guns, or where have you found since the latest update, you know, like the best places to drop in, like things like that. But basically making those live streams like 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, to where it's still streamed content, since since that's your thing. I'm guessing that maybe you just don't like making videos, or maybe you just prefer to stream, whatever. But if that's what you're doing, I would also do some shorter streams to where it's easier to consume content, and the entire stream would be based around teaching people how to do something within the game, so that you can optimize those based around this. So you would go up to here, and you would, before you do your stream, you would go up here and you would say, okay, Fortnite. So if we're going Fortnite season 7, let's see what people are looking for. Battle Pass, countdowns, trailers, events, gameplay. So let's click into A. Okay, alien artifacts. So like, for example, you could say, okay, we're going to stream, in this stream, I'm going to go through and I'm going to find an alien artifact. I'm going to explain what it is. I'm going to explain how to use it, the different things that you can do with it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the entire stream, but once I get to the alien artifact, I'm going to mentally start the video there. And even if I have people watching, I'm going to say something like, I'm going to show you where to find, or I'm going to show you what the alien artifacts are and what it is that you should do with them, or what it is that you can do with them. And then you would go through the process of showing them what they could do with it over the next 5 or 10 minutes. And then after the stream is complete, here you want to think about the replay. So after the stream is complete, what you want to do is you want to go and you want to cut off the entire front of your stream, And then you want to start it right where you say, hey, we're going to show you, these alien artifacts, what it is that you can do with them, blah, blah, blah. And then you would actually edit in the YouTube editor. You can do this in the back end of your channel. Even if you're on a phone, you can also do this on your phone by using it in desktop mode. But what you want to do is you want to cut off the entire front of the stream. So it starts on, I'm going to show you this. And then you would frame the entire stream around that in terms of your metadata and your thumbnail, so that when you cut off that front end of your stream for the replay, the people that are watching you do it, like, you're going to get those views anyway. But for the replay, you cut off that front end, and then you actually have a really tight piece of content where you're actually showing people that thing and explaining all the different stuff about, alien artifacts, for example. But you want to use this method to uncover all of the different things, like all new weapons, right? Like, and of course, tons of people are making videos about this, but that's good because it gives you content that you can get suggested from. And your thumbnails actually look awesome, by the way. So your thumbnails look really cool. I'd be curious to know what your click-through rate is on these, because they look awesome. But what you want to do is you want to go up to the search bar here, and let me zoom in on this just so you can see it a little bit better, just in case you're watching on a phone. But if you go up here to the search bar and you do like Fortnite Season 7 or just Fortnite, you can do the same thing. And then you just do A, back, go B, C, E, and you can also take this further, right? You go through the whole alphabet, and for anybody here, you can do this for all of your, like, everybody here can do this for your, not everybody, but most people here can do this for your content. Entertainment content, we're doing all original stuff. You go outside of this, but for most people here, you can do this. But like Fortnite Season 7, and then let's say if you did like let's say you did D, then you can do DA, you can do DE. Whoa, look at all these new ones, right? Then you can go like DI. Oh, hey, here's even more. But basically, you just go through that process over and over again until you uncover things that you're like, yeah, I can make a video about this. As a player, as somebody that's in the community, I know that people would, enjoy this type of video. And then you start, putting out content like that. And the thing is, you're on a PC. Okay. But what you do is basically you start creating some, not all of your videos, because you enjoyed on the long form stuff, it seems. So what you want to do is you want to have some of your content as help content, to where you're helping people understand the game, understand different things in the game, so that you start becoming their resource for the place to go when they're trying to uncover things about the game, right? Or when there's a new update, they need to be up to date on all the different things that are happening. You have your main streams that you do, that where you're sharing tons of stuff, but then you have the short form content that's just less of a commitment. So like, for example, if it shows up on a homepage and it's 5 minutes, that's an easy commitment. When it shows up on a homepage and it's 3 hours, totally different game. That's why I have a clips channel, right? That's why I have a clips channel for my live stream, because, a 3 hour or 4 hour timestamp, that is a heck of a commitment. So because of that, I'm like, hey, let's just take out some clips, some highlights, and we'll put them on another channel. That channel won't do like awesome, but I mean, I'll over time, because I'm in the process right now of getting that kind of automated, and I might end up just having to do it myself. But over time, I'll end up with a play button from that channel. But the idea with that channel, though, is just to make that content easy to consume for the people that watch the live streams, right? That's the deal. But basically, the idea that I'm trying to express, you're doing good on the live streams. You have people coming in and interacting with you in the live streams. Your thumbnails look great. Your titles are good as well. But one thing that I would modify is, like, when these aren't live anymore, is I would take that live off of there, because as a live streamer, you have to think about the event, right? Like when you're actually streaming, but you also have to think about the replay. Because, in some situations, your replay can end up bringing in a lot more views than the actual stream itself. So because of that, you want to make sure that you're always thinking about the replay while you're live streaming, and thinking like, hey, in this live stream, and you can do this with current content. In this live stream, is there anything, and you can make little notes, to yourself while you're streaming, but in this live stream, is there anything that I could take out and I could isolate to a small piece of video content? Because what you're missing right now is you're missing discoverable content. So yes, people can definitely come in and respond to those longer live streams, but you're missing that shorter form content that will be easy to consume, that will introduce a bunch of people to your channel just based on you helping them, figure out different things in the games, and just highlighting a lot of the common questions that people ask about Fortnite. So hopefully that made sense. But if you do those things, if you start introducing some short form content on here and you start being really intentional, like when you're streaming about, thinking like, okay, hey, in this part of the stream, I'm getting ready to do this thing. I bet I could make a video about this, or I could turn this into a video. So then you could literally set it up while you're streaming. People in the stream, there'll be like a few people that'll even notice, but you can even say like, hey, I'm going to show you how to do this in the stream. And like, say, I'm going to show you how to do this. And then, start doing it. And the people in the stream are just going to hear, I'm going to show you how to do this. And they're going to be watching you do it anyway. And then, you can download that video off of YouTube, cut out that clip, and then right there you have, a piece of video content. And then one thing that you can also do if you have video editing software is you can also add just like a bumper at the end of those videos that you download and that you cut up. And that little bumper can just say something like, hey, for more Fortnite content, make sure you subscribe to the channel, something like that. And then you even have an end screen, and then you can have literally a full piece of content that you're just repurposing little bits out of the live streams that you're doing. Or you're being intentional about, hey, in this video I'm going to be doing, or in this live stream I'm going to be doing this, so that I can make a piece of short form content and just do the stream for as long as you need in order to just make that short form piece of content. So I would definitely focus on those things. So, all right. So hopefully you guys got some extra value out of that. Thank you for hanging out. For those of you that ended up, staying for the after party there. Hope that you got some value out of those, couple of, looking at the channels and whatnot. And everybody have an awesome rest of your week. I'm out of here. Have a great weekend, and I will see you guys next week.